46-year-old versus the 62-year-old. A lot of experience in this match, Stephen.
Yeah, and you know, it doesn't matter what stage of your career that you're at. Every match is a big match on the tour. And it's no different for Jimmy and Andrew today, both on the second year of their tour card, which kind of makes it even more of a bigger match. You know, big occasion. It's such a difficult one to predict. You know, Higginson came through the Q school having dropped off a couple of seasons ago. Jimmy sort of, he just keeps on going, doesn't he? It's like, when is it ever going to stop? It's so difficult to predict.
We never want it to stop. And actually talking about veterans, Anthony Hamilton goes against Mink and Churat. A really captivating one. I can't call this at all.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony Hamilton has got bags of experience. Mink Churat had a good win in their first match. The ladies have struggled a little bit on tour to get big wins. I mean, but Mink, I'm very, very impressed with. You know, she's got a really good game. That first match will give her a little bit of confidence, but she's up against a very experienced campaigner in Anthony Hamilton.
She's very diligent. She's very focused, and here's what she said after her first victory.
Yesterday is my first match for this tournament, and yeah, I'm excited and nervous a little bit. Yeah, because I want to win. It's very exciting because this time is my first time in Saudi, and this tournament is very big tournament. It's good for me because I want to show about women can play snooker. Maybe I can inspiration some people. I think women's snooker, I want to have more people for play snooker. I want to represent women's snooker for everyone know about. Yeah, women can play snooker, same men. My feeling for today, I think exciting for play again and a little bit pressure for me because this one is big tournament and have a lot of camera. I think I'm nervous a little bit, but I want to play good and try my best. Yes.
That was a brilliant piece there and wonderful to hear from Mink. And just to hear the pride she's talking about. She isn't really just playing for herself. She's playing, if you like, for an entire people.
Yeah, absolutely, and pride is the key word there. I get the impression from Mink that she is very proud to be a snooker player. You know, she's also very excited. Every time you see her do interview or you chat to her, you know, she's absolutely buzzing to be playing. She loves the game, and the game can only be good for having her involved in it.
And what's great for players like her is she's in a position where she isn't playing the world #2 in the first tournament. Actually, she has a chance against playing a similarly ranked player.
I think that's the great thing about this tournament. It's a tiered structure. So the bottom players, they play each other, they move into the next round, they move up a level. So it gives them a chance to get some matches under their belts, get some prize money, gain a bit of confidence. And that's great that Minka's got over that first match. Now she's into the second match. She's on the TV. So it's going to be a big match for her. There's no doubt about it. But she has the capabilities. I'm very impressed with her whole cue action, you know, the way she plays. And she's got a very good temperament as well. And she has a little bit of experience on TV. So she won't be totally daunted by playing here today.
Just a word for Anthony Hamilton. I had a chat with him just as I was walking to go and get my shoes, funnily enough, and I asked him how his eyes were, and he said, not great. He got the wrong operation. He's not in fine fettle, but he's still here and he's still playing.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? You know, Ken will tell you, snooker players get the excuses in early, isn't it? But, you know, there's no doubt. It's a shame to hear that from Anthony because, you know, he's such a good player and he's a fierce competitor, so much experience. You know, I'm a big Anthony Hamilton fan, and hopefully he can play well enough today and go far in this event.
Well, everyone loves the Sheriff of Pottingham, but it's time to get all the players out because this is day 2 of the battle on the bays.
Masa al-Khair, welcome back to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here in Riyadh for the first edition of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. Well, after the first day of competition, 32 players have been knocked out. Another 32 matches scheduled today. Who will survive the battle on the bays? It's time to get our players into the arena, table 8 through to the TV table. So up first on table number 8, please welcome Simon Blackwell and Jing Siha.
he remains a fine player. And he's already beaten one of the leading women players in the game this season. In qualifying for the Wuhan Open, he overcame Rhian Evans 5-4 and showed a lot of character to do so, actually. He led 3-0 in that match. Rhian fought back to level it up, but Hamilton made a 114 break in the decider. That after losing the 8th on the black.
Yeah, very experienced campaigner, Andy Hamilton. A lot of years on the tour, but he certainly won't be happy with that. It's always a little bit dangerous when you play a shot like this. You're splitting up the pack. But as you saw, the red come off the pack down towards his left corner pocket. Left a possible start here for Mink. Oh, didn't want that little kiss on the red. It just stopped the path of the cue ball going up for the blue. She's not on the black, not on the pink, so he's going to have to take blue or green here to keep the break going. Big shot, pressure on it. Difficult shot so early in the match. But if she gets it, well, there's plenty there waiting for her. Oh, what a shot. That is quality. Excellent. And that will give her great confidence. Have a look at how well she cued this. Stayed so still on the shot.
The blue, Ken, was reminiscent of a shot she played in a very important clearance when she partnered Neil Robertson to glory in the World Mixed Doubles.
Could be so disappointed after getting such a wonderful blue. Gave herself a good opportunity to knock a few points on the board, but that missed black now. Was handed the opportunity to Anthony Hamilton. It's always been a lovely cue, so we'll get a little bit of an example of his nice, easy flowing cue action.
Nicknamed the Sheriff of Pottingham, as Radzi said, also the Robin Hood of snooker. And I think the last one might apply a little more these days because he's, after spending a lot of his time in London, has moved back to Nottingham, his hometown.
Yeah, actually, I remember him moving down from Nottingham all those years ago. Down to London. First stayed around Muswell Hill area. Came to play in my old club in Ilford Snooker Centre, where Ronnie O'Sullivan used to play, and a host of other players. And he was a resident there after I moved back to Dublin. But yeah, known him so long, even from the amateur. I mean, you remember him from the amateur days. He was such a prolific winner. Only one ranking tournament though in his career, that German Masters that you mentioned. I remember he lost in the final of the British Open to Fergal O'Brien a long time ago, but always nice to watch Anthony Hamilton.
Well, we talked about his nicknames. A lot of his practice partners used a different one, the Machine, because in practice, simply mind-boggling at times.
That one has gone wrong. He's still got a red into the left centre. A little bit more difficult than he would have liked. He's got 2 reds, but this one that's nearest. How does he get on a colour here? Lots of check side, and he's played that beautifully.
Professional now for 33 years. He turned 53 years of age in June. And we can't overemphasize just how important this match is for him. He's currently 61st in the world. The top 64 at the end of the season retain their tour cards. And if he were to win today, he'd be on £7,000, which increases the buffer zone for him over those giving chase.
Yeah, that's a bit of pressure, doesn't it, to the situation. Of course, with his ailments of his eye and his back and his neck, that's certainly not going to help. But he is a diligent practicer. He works hard, he plays a lot. And when he's on form, well, he can be a match for anybody. Get a little chance of having a look at his cue action here. Now watch the back arm. Nice and straight, perpendicular, but look at the nice, easy flowing style. What we call those few little waggles on the backstroke, but it's nice and flowing, isn't it? It's not rigid, it gets a nice speed and gets a nice action on the cue ball, Phil.
Yes, in his formative years when he was one of the game's leading amateurs, he was coached by Frank Callan. Frank is no longer with us, but one of the game's great coaches who helped the likes of Steve Davis, Stephen Hendry, and I think most famously, Doug Mountjoy. Mountjoy team was coming to the end of his career. It was 1988. He was 46 years of age. Back then, that was considered a very advanced age for professional snooker. But he went to see Frank, and Mr. Callan resurrected him in terms of being an effective snooker player. He won the UK Championship in '88 and the Mercantile Credit Classic in the January of the following year, beating, by the way, in the UK Championship final, Stephen Hendry, making 3 consecutive centuries.
Yeah, and you could tell, even the way Doug Mountjoy played, he played with a very similar sort of cue action to Anthony Hamilton, Frank Callan way. What a character he was, Frank Callan. Some great times with him. My sort of early years as a professional when he was on the tour and travelling around with Stephen Hendry at the time. Great character. And he left a great mark in the game from a coaching perspective. Very well respected.
Yeah, and funnily enough, another of his clients was, for many, many years, the top woman player in the game, Alison Fisher. Who, by the way, last weekend won yet another big pool event, televised pool event in the States. She's 55 now, Alison, and remains absolutely at the top of the game.
hasn't been many red blacks in this little break. He's had to use most of the colours on offer. I think the only colour he hasn't potted is maybe the green, but it's been a decent break so far. It's gone slightly wrong. He's going to have to use the rest here. Just asking the referee about the scoreboard. He's going to need this red and indeed a colour to secure the frame. Yeah, safely in. Yeah, 47 ahead. Still 51 on the table, so this black, and he's certainly nice. Like to finish off the frame in this visit. For a man who's had problems with his eyes and an operation on his eyes, it's not a bad start. He looks pretty good. Nice little shot there, putting the brown into the middle pocket, disturbing the two reds, bringing them into play now. I'm sure he'd like to stay on, try and make a century here. Plenty of points to work with, even if he does take the brown here. Green may be the more difficult ball, but it'd be nice to start with a century.
No stranger to that. It would be his 326th in professional competition. Form is temporary, class is permanent, and Hamilton over the years has been a classy campaigner. No century, the break ends at 78. But there, the man they call the Sheriff laid down the law. It's a very pleasing start to report for Anthony Hamilton. A break of 78 gave him the first frame from Nucharut. All of the matches today, as was the case yesterday, a race to 4. Other scores so far. Michael Holt has taken the first frame from Liu Hongyu. Ashley Carty 1-0 up on Chris Totten, and it's 1-0 for Rory Thor over Hamed Mir. The other matches out there remain in the opening frame.
Great opener. A little bit unlucky. Could have been nicer where the cue ball finished.
12.
And she take this black on into the right centre. Try and get on that red. It's just right at the black spot. I'll be very ambitious. No, just played for the points, but good pot.
Even though she's only 24 years of age, Minka's been playing snooker for quite some time. The story was her mother was a cashier in a snooker club, and she started playing the game, did Mink, when she was 10 years old.
She's certainly cashing in at the moment, Phil. She's doing well so far this year. But I do like her style. I mean, we'll get a little look at her throughout this match, but I think all her technique, you know, her way she keeps her head nice and straight, nice and still on the cue. She's got a good cue action. She's got all the real good attributes of a snooker player.
Her season started at the Championship League, and she gained a couple of notable draws against Zhou Yulong and Fan Zhengyi. Didn't progress out of the group though. And then in the qualifying matches in Leicester recently, 3 tournaments played there, she did not have the best of time. Actually, she lost in the first round of all 3 events, losing 14 frames, winning just 1.
$32. $33.
It's a misjudgment.
Hamilton asked the referee, Micah Kessler, to have a word with someone.
$41.
Tell you what, Ken, that was a better shot than it looked. Had to play that with pace across the top cushion for position because he couldn't gain position on the black. I thought that was a fine effort.
He was actually, I think, trying to get on the blue so he could smash the pack on his next shot, but the cue ball has travelled a little bit farther than he would have liked. Now he could play the brown here. Off
48.
3 or 4 cushions. Get on one of these reds. Just into this left corner pocket, just left of the black there. He's going to try and get on this one just to the right of the black spot, but still it's up. Could have done with a little bit more pace. He may have to play a cannon now on the red to the left of the black to try hold. See, could have done with cue ball travelling under 6 or 8 inches at least, so he's got to judge the cannon and the pot. Yeah. It wasn't straightforward. And the break.
In the latter portion of his career, Hamilton's become known as something of a slow player, and I think that is true when it comes to being involved in tactical frames. But as we saw in the first frame, when he's in the balls, you can never describe him as slow.
Yeah, I'm not too sure of his average shot time. Certainly in that first frame it was relatively quick.
Sorry about that, okay?
Bit of a cat and mouse game here, trying to hide that cue ball in behind the black. Excellent shot. Very well played. He's not going to gain much of an advantage here because Anthony will just come off this right hand side cushion, just nestle into the pack. So unless those reds are open, it's going to be a bit of to and fro here. Now is he left a touching ball? No.
Official head-to-head wise, this is their first meeting, although they have crossed cues in the shootout last season. We don't count that on the head-to-head for obvious reasons. For what it's worth, which is nothing basically. Hamilton beat Mink 54 points to 5. But I don't think you can gain anything from what happens in 10 minutes of snooker, Ken.
Something to say about that when he made that magical 147 in the shootout.
Yeah, that was exceptional.
Yeah, head-to-heads. Yeah, I think you're right. So we need these, both players, I'd love to have these reds just nice and loose. Sort of opens up the frame that little bit more. We saw Anthony very first frame actually screwing into the pack and trying to open the reds. Left the red. This time this red trying to leave the cue ball in the bulk area, so we change the dynamics of the frame now.
Simon Blackwell, who beat Rhian Evans 4-0 yesterday, has taken the first frame from Xing Zihao. And Ashley Carty from South Yorkshire is 2-0 up on Chris Totten of Scotland.
sorry about that. Normally in other events we would have had some manual scoreboards to keep on going, but for this event, because it's a big one, they said we need to use all of these type of scores. Apparently it failed at most of the tables.
Just as you were talking about, this is situations now where Anthony takes his time a little bit more.
We were on a break 148. No, he just left.
And hence why probably his average shot time goes up a little bit, even though you saw in that first frame how fluent he was.
Still doing
Straightforward shot would just be to roll into the pack here. He's afraid of rolling down to the bulk area and leaving a long red. Is he going to take this red on into the green pocket? No. Got to avoid the double kiss, and he has done. So it's worked out okay.
Now a shot to nothing has been left here. The traditional shot to nothing is clipping off a red and returning to balk just in case. This one is the opposite, it's screwing back towards the top cushion. But if this goes in, it could lead to a nice few points.
And it might be a shot to something now. Good opening red.
36.
Thought he had enough angle on the black to try and split up the reds. Didn't have to go into the pack on that occasion, but he needed a lot of power and accuracy to that corner pocket. So what does he left for Mink? Is this red pot into this left center pocket? I think it does. She could definitely get on, if not
Black
blue.
decisions.
She'd love to get on the black and get that back on its spot at some stage. Cue ball's natural path would be going into the bulk area. Well, she's on the blue, but would have loved to have missed that brown. Give herself a nicer angle on this blue. I'm not quite sure what sort of power she can get in the cue ball to get up towards these reds again. Angle doesn't look favourable.
Almost going to be difficult to power the cue ball out of balk there.
One. 6.
That would have been a crowd pleaser in a billiards tournament.
Just tying up this red into this right corner
Martin
pocket.
decisions 11.
I'm not 100% sure whether he can have a go at it and still avoid one of the reds just below the pink. Hoping he can play it as a shot to nothing, but if it's, he feels it's careering into one of the reds, he won't take it on. There's a chance he could just miss that red just above the black spot. Cue ball should go pretty close to it. He's taking this red on. Trying to get on the black, which he did, but of course missing the red. A few words in the interview at the top of the show there, Phil, what Ming said. She's very level-headed, very proud where she's from and what she's representing. Nice words from her. Good shot. Played it with a lot of check side, which was left-hand side in that case. Straighten up the cue ball off that top cushion nicely on the green. Trying to get on that red just to the left of the pink into this left corner. He's got to avoid the red that's closest to the green off one cushion. Nicely on it.
I think it's worth remembering that Hamilton, okay, the years when he was in the top 16 have gone, highest ever ranking 10, but he's still capable of good performances and eye-catching results, such as the last 64 of the Welsh Open last season when he beat Kyron Wilson 4-1.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
One.
As I said, on his day, when he's playing at his best, I mean, he can match some of the top players in that top 16. There's no doubt about that. Potential. Banana skin. But I suppose as you get on in the years, the big sort of matches and playing to your best are few and far between.
He was a member of the top 16 for 4 seasons, but he dropped out in 2000, having missed a couple of really important tournaments because he broke his wrist intervening in a mugging. So, played the role of Good Samaritan, and it proved really costly, and now missing that blue might as well.
Oh, that's a poor miss from Ming. She was up off the shot very early, didn't do her usual of staying nice and still. Watch how quick she came up just ahead there off the shot. Dropped the back arm. Cue ball offline. She'd be disappointed. Could have Scored a few points there.
Again. Just 23.
The tables are playing delightfully, a little too quick for Hamilton's liking with that one, because he played on the pink. Very hot outside, but it's dry, and indoors, even though there's plenty of AC required, it's not affecting the tables in a negative way at all.
No, I think that's a good point. I think there's not much humidity, not like what you'd get over in maybe the Far Eastern countries where, you know, the moisture can seep into the cloth and slow it up, but over here not as much humidity, even though it's, well, plus 40 degrees outside. Inside it's very cool. In fact, last night sort of the aircon was up very, very high. It got very, very cold in there. But as you said, the tables are playing really nice, I must say. Very impressed with it.
Well, Ken, you know our pal Alan McManus, he knows all about this kind of stuff, and he's always telling me that if you play in an environment where the air is dry, whether it's hot or cold, that really does help.
Yeah, without doubt. Once the moisture gets into the cloth, it's amazing how quick it can slow up. So far so good. Match table looking really nice. Good pot. He's going to need another one here. If he does take the green one, cue ball will be going into the brown. That's no good. Brown is available, pink is available, but as you can see, he may not even attempt the pot here. He may just play a safety shot, wait for a better opportunity. Too risky. Not even. There's experience the pot there for you right there. Just play a safety shot, wait for a better opportunity, keeping the pressure on.
And I think it's exactly the right thing to do. Hamilton knows that Mink hasn't played her best yet, but things could turn around. She's been a trailblazer when it comes to making breaks. Viewers on Discovery Plus will remember when she made a century in front of the cameras in a World Championship qualifier last year. And she's also the first female player to make a 147 in practice, which was caught on a locked-off camera in the club where she used to practice a lot, the high-end club in Bangkok. Obviously, she's based in the UK these days. And that's 147 at the high end, which is a terrific place, by the way. That 147 was available on YouTube. I think it's still there. And it was a beautiful break, positionally excellent. Don't know what that was all about, Ken.
Well, he's having a good old natter with Mikey Kessler. I'm not quite sure about what. There's obviously something maybe is irritating him. He's constantly talking to her. Good pot. Now, can he generate enough top spin on the cue ball to get down for one of these reds below the pink? Better shot than it looked. Controlled that nicely. Okay, it's ran on a little bit. He has to use the rest, but still shouldn't be a problem for him. I say that. Not happy with that one. Didn't expect him to miss that. Just have a look at his arm here. You see how low it is? Should be up a little bit higher, a little bit more perpendicular to the cue. Yeah, nice kiss required on one of these ball colours. She would have loved to be in on the pink. I think the black still pots. Can she get on a red? Does the black pot past the pink? Looks like it does. Problem is, she could be running into the brown here. She's got to dig into the cue ball, avoid the brown, get back down for the red. No. It's a bit unlucky there, Phil. She could have done with a nicer kiss, and the pink would have been waiting for her.
Absolutely agree. Couldn't really have stopped in a much more awkward position. The only good thing for her, when the cue ball and object ball are very close together like that, on that particular kind of shot, you do see a lot of players undercutting balls. That's what she did there. That's why the cue ball didn't travel on for position on the red close to the top cushion.
I wonder, is the double worth taking on here? Treble maybe. No, and he's left it. Thought it was playing it as a shot to nothing. Well, once again, yeah, I think it's to do with these spotlights. I think the spotlights are really annoying him. As I said, he's had a problem with his eyes, and maybe those spotlights aren't helping.
So do you want to go on, or should we fix it first? No, he was on the break on 5.
Oh,
so
maybe
one
the
point for him
scoreboard
and one
now.
for you.
Michael
So
Kessler is
do
explaining to Ming
you want to go on,
that
or
there is a
should we
problem
fix
with the
it now?
scoreboard. But
Yeah, you
I'm
want
sure
to
she
go on?
wants to play on.
It's up to you.
I don't know what the score is showing out there. At the moment, he's 18 points. That's the right score. Maybe the scoreboard out there is wrong.
Offer the chance to stop was Mink. She deferred to Anthony Hamilton, who said, we'll carry on.
Well, she's got a choice here, Phil. She could play for that red that's on the ball cushion, or try and screw back for this red just left of the black spot. She's played this nicely. And if she can pot this red, get on the black, get somewhere close to that ball cushion for the next red, that pink is in a good position for her. I wouldn't play for the pink here. I'd try and play for the black. Just drop this in, dead weight, get a nice angle on the black. Oh, should have played it just top spin. She stunned it in, and it's gone too far. Got no chance of getting on that last red now. It's amazing the way players, they have a favourite way of hitting the ball, Phil, and there she obviously went for the stun instead of just dropping that. If that had been a Mark Williams or John Higgins or one of those type of players, they would have been dropping that in just dead weight. So make sure they're low on the black and give themselves an angle to get on that last red.
Yeah, this game is two things. It's execution, obviously, but it's also about knowledge. Huge knowledge required. Actually, from where she was, she's done well there, and she can lay quite a telling safety now. Maybe even a snooker. Didn't quite get hold of the cue ball. Wasn't sure herself whether the shot was successful. Took a cheeky peek, and it tells her that Hamilton can get through to the red and can get through to pot it.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a little stop for a while, because on their screens it's shown that Anthony Hamilton is still 18 points in the lead, but as you can see on our screens, he's only 2 points in the lead, so it's a bit of confusion for players out there. They like to see, you see them looking at the score and checking every time. When they see it's wrong, it is a little bit upsetting.
While players stop, let me give you the other scores. Jimmy Robertson has taken a 1-0 lead over Egypt's Mohamed El Kayat. El Kayat beating the Baipat Siripaporn of Thailand yesterday. Artemis Zizens from Latvia, he's 1-0 up on Zhu Si. Michael Holt and Liu Hongyu 1-1. It's 1-0 for Mahai Long over Robbie McGuigan. A very good pot from Hamilton. I think he was hoping there for maybe the jaws of the pocket to trap the white and hold it on the pink.
Not attempting the green, so it's just laying off the green, trying to hide that cue ball in behind the pink. He hasn't hit it. Hasn't hit it. So reprieve for Mink. She could have been in a lot of trouble there. And it's a big target. That blue, brown, green in bulk. She can try and hide the cue ball in behind one of those. It's gone wrong. That's such a poor shot. She'd be so disappointed with that. Very careless.
And compounding Mink's disappointment, this could well be a yellow ball game where the other colours sit. Not ideal on the green, so hope springs eternal for Mink Nutcherat. Already missed an easier pink than this, using the rest in this frame. Brilliant though that. Mind you, Ken, another tester here.
Yeah, and you can see the way he played it. I mean, if you missed the green, have a look at the blocking. 2 balls, as we see the green right into the middle of the pocket, but have a look at the cue ball, and of course those 2 blocking balls, brown and blue, had he had missed it. So it took the pressure off a little bit. This is a little bit more tricky. Ah, very good. And a lovely little kiss on the blue as well. That was an excellent shot and a frame winner. Couldn't have played that any better. Beautifully executed.
Two very distinct frames. Hamilton winning the first with a break of 78, shading the second on the pink, a low-scoring affair, but both frames went the same way to the Englishman, who leads 2-0. It is day 2 of the inaugural Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters from Riyadh. So much going on here. 8 tables currently in play. It is a wonderful arena. Rory Thor of Malaysia 1-0 upon Hamid Mir. Michael Holt, it would be a big win for him over Liu Hongyu if he could do it. Holt back on the circuit after a couple of years away. Ashley Carty's made a nice start against Chris Totten to lead 2-0. And we're going to dip into table 2 for a second. Eight tables here, all of the arenas superbly appointed, and if you want to see the action, it's terrific to just walk around and have the pick of the action.
Seems to be a little problem with some of the scoreboards out there. Play is stopped on a few tables, but this is going on, as you see. I think he's going to do well this season, this young boy. Got a few good results already so far early. Made a maximum last year on tour. Gradually running up the rankings. Good player, that, as you see. Keep an eye out for him.
Yes, so basically on the right-hand side of the table as we're looking, you've got tables 5, 6, 7. On the left-hand side, the others, and here Mink is breaking off centre stage. Now then, Ken, this is Mink's best chance thus far.
Yeah, another nice pot into the middle pocket now. She's had a few chances already, she just hasn't scored. She's got to try and keep control of that cue ball and try and, you know, make a nice little break here just to settle her down. Plenty of loose reds available, as you can see. Black is available into both corners. So try and get on the black here now. And tidy up at least those two reds. One into the right corner and then one into the left corner. Little grimace. Could have played it a little bit better. She's still okay, but it's a bit more missable than it probably could have been. That with the right amount of pace, and once again missable pot here, but if it goes in it will open up those two reds and should be on this red into the bottom right corner pocket. Well played, good shot, lovely shot, and that will give her a little boost. As I said, he was always going to be on this red into the corner. It's loosened up another red just above the black. Another red's gone over the left middle, so really good chance here to try and get some points. Much needed for Mink Nutsurat here. It's a good shot that, Phil, wasn't it? Because they're easily missed, aren't they, into those, you know, what we call the blind pocket.
Yeah, it was quite similar actually to the ball she missed, the black actually. She missed to the green pocket in the previous frame. And when you do that, you might sometimes fall victim to overcompensating. I thought you might overcut that actually. Played it very nicely, and now this is a really promising situation.
Yeah, I like that little shot she just played there. She just brushed off those two reds just above the black and held for this red into the, once again into the right corner. Nice little cannon. Played that nicely.
Just marginally lost ideal control of the cue ball there. Again, leaving one of these tricky little blind cutbacks.
And yeah, and this time she's got to make contact on a red here, because otherwise she may lose the cue ball and not be on a next red. So she's got to make some sort of cannon when potting the black. It makes the pot even more difficult. Yeah. Always the problem there. You see, she had to hold the cue ball, needed the brush off a red to hold for another red, and what that does is it takes your eye off your eye line off the pot. Always missable, that black. But a nice 40-point lead.
By the way, the players are aware of what the score is out there in the arena. Our score on the graphic is perfectly correct. But I'm led to believe that all of the scoring has gone down for the moment.
Yeah, normally in the old days, Phil, they used to bring the old manual scoreboard, didn't they? The old wooden scoreboard, just in case of technology broke down. The referee would have to notch up the score on the scoreboard, just like you would do in your local snooker club. I don't see any of those scoreboards out here, Phil.
They're like us, Ken, from a bygone era.
We're in the recycle bin, I'd say. Oh, that hasn't worked out. Didn't get the right connection on those reds. Still got a red into left or right corner, but not straightforward.
Not a bad effort. Just caught too much of that far jaw, and worse still for Hamilton. Even though he took the cue ball out of harm's way, a red has followed it back down the table and been left a middle. A very simple opener.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Mink maybe play that cue ball off two cushions. Once again, don't expect her to miss the black, but it could have been easier. This time she doesn't have to do much with the cue ball. She can play for that loose red that's close to the right hand side cushion. If she goes in and tries to make a cannon on a red just below the pink, then it's missable. But if she plays for this loose red, I don't think she'll miss the black. She played the cannon, and it's worked out a treat. Great shot. Well played. Well, they're all there for it. Doesn't have to develop anything, just keep her emotions in check and try and get her first frame on the board.
no doubting her credentials in the women's game. She won the World Championship in 2022 in very dramatic circumstances, beat Wendy Jans of Belgium 6-5 in the final. She was 5-3 down, fought back, ended up capturing the title on the final black.
There's another example of her good cueing. Quick glance at the score. She's 52 ahead. She's so close. One red, one black would put her 60 ahead with 59 remaining. She's desperate to get her first frame on the board. Can she knock this red in? Bounce the cue ball. Oh, maybe she's screwing it in, is she? I'd like to see her play for black here. She has played for black and she's not on it. So what does she do? Does she play the blue, or does she try and put a colour safe, try and protect her lead?
And that's tantalising, because had she been on the black and potted it, that would have been frame ball. As it is, she's 53 ahead, yes, very healthy, but 59 remain on the table. And look at the balls, they're all in the open. A clearance very much on if Hamilton gets the chance, so Crafty Ken was quite right. Get a colour safe.
Well, she could play the blue and leave the cue ball in bulk area. The extra 5 points would be certainly worth it. She played a decent shot though, good safety, but not totally secure.
Hamilton desperately needed the red to go past the middle pocket, and it did by some distance in the end.
Well, she needs cover on the brown here, because this red has gone right over the corner pocket. That's no good. I think Anthony is on this red. And he can hold for pink or black. He needs high value colours. Yeah, there you see it. Clear pathway through to the red. That'll do nicely. Nicely held for the pink. So a chance here. Maybe that yellow Mink played earlier. Tried to put it safe onto the left-hand side cushion, just past the middle. That may prove the pivotal ball in this frame. Oh, got a heavy contact there. So he's not on the red into the left corner. Disgusted with it.
And these days, Ken, kicks hurt even more than they used to, because they're so rare. Oh, that was a clunking kick.
Actually, it'd be interesting to see what chalk he uses. Does he use the old triangle chalk? I know he used to. We gotta have a look to see what chalk, because if he's not using the new tame chalk, the more advanced chalk, anti-kick chalk, anti-bounce, a lot of the professionals are using. Ronnie O'Sullivan doesn't use it, hence why he would get more kicks. Let's see, there's Anthony Hamilton. Let's see what chalk he has. Well, he has the tame chalk, so it's nothing to do with that. Oh, good recovery. Oh. He's going to get the cue ball cleaned again. He thought he got a big bounce off that right-hand side cushion.
I thought so too. Yeah, the town chalk has been a game changer. It's revolutionised the game, and I'm not being overly dramatic by saying it's revolutionised the game. It really has. For so long, professional snooker was dogged by kicks and big bounces, and now their number drastically reduced.
Yeah, totally agree. I'm a big admirer of it. Glance at the score, 39 points the difference, so a few points to work with. We'll just concentrate on pink or black here. Yeah, it's just checking to see if you can take a pink here. And pink might be the better ball. Into the middle, hold for the red, into the left corner. Could take the black. Maybe contemplating what colour he can take after the black with the next red. Oh, he should have taken the pink. That's going to cost him the frame. What a miss.
Didn't have a great amount of rhythm in that break. Stuff conspired against him, but I'm still very surprised he missed the black, especially by that amount. Mink will be relieved. She's done enough, surely. 46 ahead, 27 on. Hamilton remaining in his chair, and so he should. That frame has gone from his grasp. Mink is on the board. Hamilton's lead reduced to 2-1. In the heart of Riyadh, the quest for that trophy continues. It's day 2 of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. Jimmy Robertson leading 2-0 against Mohamed El Kayat of Egypt. 2-1 for Artemis Zizins over Zusi. Liu Hongyu has recovered from the loss of the first frame to lead Michael Holt 3-1. Ma Hai Long just a few seconds ago potting pink and black to take a 2-0 lead over Robbie McGuigan. 2-0 for Rory Thor over Hamed Mir, and Ashley Carty going great guns, 3-0 ahead of Chris Totten. Can't escape the feeling, Ken, this is a very big frame for both players.
Yeah, not a good start for Mink. Long way away from that red. subsequently. Coming up into the balk and leaving an easy opener now for Anthony Hamilton. 4 loose reds down this end of the table. Just checking there, that red just above the black. Is that in the way of the black spot? That's what he's wondering. After his next red and black. I'm thinking a few shots ahead here. A little drop in concentration for Anthony Hamilton in that last frame, missing that easy black off the spot. We'd like to rectify that and get off to a good start here. I'm just having a look at that red. I think he's okay. I think the red is far enough above the black spot that when the black is respotted, that red should still be puttable. We'll soon find out now. Plenty of room.
Considering his break building capabilities, which are considerable, and considering the longevity of his career, as we mentioned earlier, 33 years a pro, it's perhaps surprising he's never made a 147 in pro competition. Best 145. 1995 World Championship qualifiers. And by the way, if you make a 147 here and then do the same thing in the UK Championship, World Championship or Masters, the game's other majors, or indeed if you make 2 147s here, it will be 147,000 bonus for you. And the individual 147 bonus in this event is £50,000.
It's a nice little incentive for the players, but once again, Anthony Hamilton will be so disappointed. A really good opportunity to notch up a few points there, but lost the cue ball. Well, you saw from that camera angle, when Ming pots this red, of course that releases the red just at the bottom of the pack into the right corner pocket. But this time she's played low on the black, so I don't think she can get on that loose red. I think maybe she's got to go into the pack of reds here. got a nice angle on the red, on the black. She can play this with a lot of pace, try and bring some more reds into play. It's unfortunate. Just didn't get enough into the cue ball just to generate that pace into the pack. You see some of the top players, Neil Robertson, Judd Trump, Mark Selby, even Ronnie O'Sullivan, the way they can zip that cue ball into a really tight pack, get some action on it. Lots of spin. Loosens up the reds. Such an important shot for break building. But it's gone wrong this time for Mink. And if she's going to get the extension, standard rest, well, this is going to be a tough one. She's not the tallest player on the circuit, so she might. I know if it was me, Phil, I'd probably need a stepladder for this shot.
Yeah, she was rehearsing what she might need. Alex Hurricane Higgins wasn't the tallest player either, but it was amazing his reach over balls.
Yeah, she's got to be careful here on the stroke forward, but also on the stroke back. She could foul the red here. Oh, what a shot this is. Well, hats off. Great shot for Mink there to keep the break going. That certainly wasn't easy. Well done.
Yeah, she trusted her alignment and just dropped the cue on top of the ball, and it worked out delightfully. Stretching there, and often that leads to a breakdown of timing, and that's why she didn't screw the cue ball back anywhere near where she wanted to. But another recovery, Ken.
Yeah, another excellent pot with the rest. Unfortunately, not on a ball colour nicely. She's on this yellow up into the top corner, but well, very risky to take on. She may just play the little tuck up behind the yellow, but there's plenty of value in taking it on. She would be on one of these reds, but it could be costly if she misses. Looks like the little tuck up, is it? Yeah, trying to little nestle. She's played it pretty good.
When Hamilton won the first frame with a break of 78, and then cleared yellow to pink to snare the second. He might have thought he could win this comfortably. A lot has changed since then.
You saw the proverbial look up to the heavens. Very disappointed with that. That was the worst outcome for Anthony Hamilton, leaving this easy red into this bottom right corner pocket. Trying to nestle into those red just to the right of the pink. Misjudged it totally. Yeah, once again, another nice opportunity for Mink to put a little bit of distance in the score between the two in this frame. She's had a look at a couple of reds here after this red, so she's thinking once again a few shots ahead. I think the bottom red of that little bunch of 4 beneath the pink pots into the left corner, and there may even be a possibility of a plant as well. So we'll have a look at that at some stage into this left corner pocket. Bottom red does pot, but those two reds are close together, just above this red. They're not a plant, so she will have to go into those reds and maybe develop one of them eventually to win the frame. Just concentrate on these 2 loose reds first, she would say. 23 points in the lead.
Behind you. Just wait. Okay. Find a way to this. Somewhere. No, I don't want to sit. Take your seat. I will stay here.
No, I'm not stood by, mate. Hang on. Because, Stephen, we've seen many things in snooker over the course of the last 12 months. I was thinking about the protest perhaps at the Crucible, and now something that certainly I haven't seen before. Have you seen this?
It doesn't happen all that often, no, and you know, these players are really good, but I think even they will struggle in the dark. It doesn't happen very often, no, so hopefully we can figure out what's gone wrong pretty soon and get things back up and running.
I tell you what it does do allow us to talk about is the fact that the staff behind the scenes, by the way, have been absolutely incredible. The welcome that everyone has had, the passion they've got for snooker has been remarkable. 4 weeks ago, this building wasn't even here. It's been bespoke for this, so obviously this is a bit of a gremlin, but in terms of how much the guys love it, they really do.
Yeah, and I'll agree with you what you say there. The hospitality and the staff have been absolutely second to none here in Saudi Arabia. We've been to some events in the past where the arenas and staff have been really good, but this is definitely up there for me. The Players' Lounge is brilliant.
It really is brilliant. Now, we'd love to be able to show you the Players' Lounge. We can't at the moment because there aren't any lights on here. There are lights beginning to come on in the actual arena, which means that in terms of the field of play, match play should get underway very, very shortly. Now, here's a question, Stephen. As a player, would you want to immediately start, or would you be saying, hang on a second, I need a chance just to recompose myself?
Yeah, possibly, but for me, more about the lighting itself. When it's dark and the lights come on, they are actually really, really bright in the arena, and it may be the same for other players, but struggle to adjust very quickly to the light. So it might be wise for the guys to just take a second and just let their eyes adjust again.
And if you're mid-break, what would have happened if the light would have gone off as you're playing your shot and you miss? Do you almost have a justification to say, well, hang on a second, these are extenuating circumstances. Do you replay it? I mean, this could be fairly unprecedented.
Yeah, I think you've probably got a right to have a scream up about that one. I don't know. You'd have to ask the referee because, as you say, if the lights go on just on impact and, you know, you kind of twitch one and throw your arm at it, I don't know what would happen there. It's not something that would happen every day, that's for sure.
Yeah, it really is something special, and one of the amazing parts of snooker is that strange things do happen. It's a sport that's existed for many, many, many years. We absolutely love it, and we're in a situation where, in fact, just to bring you right up to date, in terms of where we are in the Players' Lounge, the practice room, which is where the guys are chilling out, the players that are going on next don't really have time to spare. They want to be as fresh as they can be, which means they're currently practicing behind us here under not the most ideal light situation, Stephen.
Yeah, it's mad, you know. You talk about snooker players and how much they just love the game. They don't even need a light to keep on practicing. Every table is in action still, and they're still potting away. It's incredible.
They are, really. And now, actually, at home, it means that you can now see what's going on behind us here. It's like me and Riley's about 15 years ago. I've run out of money to go in the kitty, but we're going to play on regardless.
Yeah, when you haven't got another 50p for the meter, you just keep going, try and chance your arm at getting an extra 5 minutes. That's what's happening at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely right here. And as you can see, hopefully the light actually here will begin to increase and things will get better. How dark would the guys be allowed to play in the arena? Do we actually need a specific setup in order to say, okay, this is now okay to go?
I don't know. It's like you say, it's not happened all that often. I think as soon as the lights come on, they'll get back underway again. But you know, more about adjusting the eyes, and that for me is a big thing because they are very bright. It can be quite deceiving.
Case in point, Anthony Hamilton, who's had issue with his eyes. Yeah. This is far from ideal for somebody like him.
Yeah, massively, and I think he may struggle to adjust pretty quickly to that because he said that the operation went wrong. I don't know how much that has affected his eyesight, but there you go. We'll soon find out.
Now, unfortunately, I don't have a monitor here to be able to bring you right up to date with what's coming up. But in terms of the Jimmy White match, massively looking forward to that one. Now, Jimmy's seen an awful lot of things. I don't know if he's seen a power cut while he's been attempting to play. But that match, in terms of experience, there aren't many more better.
No, exactly. It's a really interesting match, that, isn't it? Because they're both kind of ranked similar in the rankings. both on the second year of their tour card as well. So it's a huge match for both players in this event, which carries so much prize money. You know, there could be a real reshuffle in the rankings this week, and obviously both of those players will be hoping to go on a good run. But yeah, I'm particularly looking forward to watching Jimmy. He's an idol, isn't he? So
He really is. He still is absolutely Mr. Rock and Roll. There's also the all-Welsh affair between Daniel and Dwayne, but not to mention Anthony Kowalski. You gave us a little bit of an update. You reminded me of something he said in an interview that's bold, by the way.
yeah, he's a character. You know? I quite like that. He's got this arrogance about him that I quite like in sports people. You know, you've got to be confident, but not too confident. And he definitely backs himself. You know, he's come out with an unbelievable line saying, "I don't feel pressure." You know, I'd like to see him in the quarterfinals, semi-finals.
Yeah, right.
Then we'll see if you don't feel pressure. But you know, he's up later on table one, and we'll get to find out.
And we will find out, especially if he goes deep, because as you say, there's a lot of cash on the line, a lot of ranking points on the line. So these matches really matter. I mean, as a player, how do you feel when they call your name out and you actually walk out, regardless of what table it's on, when it's a great opportunity?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, from my own personal experience, the worst part about the match itself is the build-up to it. So being backstage, those final few preparations, when you get announced out into the arena, sometimes you can feel physically sick, but when you actually get out there on the table, it kind of all just goes away when you win that first frame anyway.
How does it feel then, extrapolating that thought out, when it isn't going as you want it to and you do feel frustrated and the pockets are beginning to shrink and it's not going well?
Well, we saw it last night with Hayden Pinney. You know, he's a new professional, so he is inexperienced, but I was certain that Hayden was just trying too hard yesterday and almost thinking about the external, so possibly about what other people are thinking about you, if that makes sense.
Yes.
You know, and sometimes that can play with your mind, and all of a sudden you've just forgotten about what's important, and that's pop that ball and get on that next one.
So from a sports psychology perspective, are there actually drills or thoughts that you try to have, mantras that you have in your mind?
Yeah, I suppose there is. You know, I've not worked all that closely with a sports psychologist myself, but they're definitely, the mind, you know, at any top-level sport, it's very much what's in between the ears. If you can sort of talk your way out of them situations, and particularly in snooker, when you're sat in your chair, half the battle is what you're thinking in your chair. If you're then ready and prepared to come to the table, you know, and deliver that standard once again, you've got half a chance.
What's really interesting, we spoke about Jimmy White there, 62 years young. The lights are beginning to go on, so that's the first update. No news required. It is looking like things are on the up. Jimmy himself is somebody who's actually received sports psychology and says it's benefited him massively, giving him that confidence on the table.
Yeah, and I think particularly with snooker, you know, as I say, very much of the game is played between the ears. A lot of the players, well, pretty much all the players, they already play to that very high level, but not all of them think to that high level, and that is what's the
Great
difference.
point. Yeah, thank you very much. And talking about thinking, here's what Jimmy said ahead of his match against Andrew Higginson.
Jimmy, firstly on last night, how did you feel you played?
Yeah, I think I played good. You know, I thought Mohammed played really well. I knew he was on the tour 2 or 3 years ago, and he started off very well at a 71st frame, and I stole a game to go 2-1 up. So in the end, 4-2, I was pleased with the result.
Andrew Higginson next, one of many players on the tour with a lot of experience.
Yeah, Andrew Higginson's a great player. You know, now it gets, you know, if I get through this round, I play CJOE, and then for me it becomes a snooker match best of 9. But just focusing on Andrew Higginson, you know, he's a great player, and you know, I've got to play well to win.
It's another country for snooker. You actually won the first ranking event outside the UK in Canada back in 1988. What do you make of the setup here in Riyadh?
Well, absolutely amazing. You know, as you know, I've been around from year dot, really, and I remember going to China with Matchroom with Steve Davis and Barry Hearn, and we never thought snooker was going to take off like it did in China. What they've done here with the Kingdom, they've brought the whole tour here, and you've got fantastic facilities. You've got a place with 40 tables to practice. O'Sullivan's also opening an academy here. So with the players, with this tournament, they got a chance to practice with the top players, see how they prepare, and obviously play them in the first round. I don't think any of them have got through yet, but what a great experience for them.
And over 40 years on tour, Jimmy, you're still loving it, right?
Yeah, listen, my A game wins. You know, if my A game was gone, I wouldn't play anymore. I'd go and play bad golf like they all do.
We wish you well today.
Thanks, mate.
All the very best of luck to the Whirlwind. Now, that was obviously happening before the issues with the lights. Now, just to give you a little bit of a flavour here of what's going on, we have the tournament office. Now, just to our or to your left-hand side there, if you can ask the cameraman, just take a little bit of a look there. You can see just how busy it is. Now, I'm not sure exactly what you can see, but we have Mark Williams, who's not the snooker Mark Williams, by the way, I hasten to add, head of security. He's speaking to the tournament organisers, which means we are going to bring you right up-to-date stuff as soon as it happens. But this is a seldom look, by the way. You don't see this sort of sense of slight confusion, slight uncertainty, because ultimately it's a fairly new experience for many people. It's a brand new venue in a brand new location, just one of the many gremlins. But what I do love about being here is the ambition is second to none.
Yeah, surely someone over there's got 50 people.
Yeah.
You're right, you know, they're all working so hard to try and resolve the issue as quickly as possible, because at the end of the day, it's a big event, and these guys, they want to try and produce the best snooker out there, and, you know, the sooner we can get this show back on the road, the better.
From a timing perspective as well, a couple of points. One, the guys waiting now almost don't know how long they've got. Do they try and stay warm, keep their arm loose, or do they say, we're just going to chill out and just let the external factors that we can't affect happen?
Yeah, I think with this roll-on, roll-off format, sometimes it can be quite difficult to predict when you're actually going to go on. So it is just a case, you know, if I was playing, just keep the arm going for as long as possible. Try and keep as chilled out as possible as well, because sometimes a moment like this can sort of add to that anxiety. And like I say, going back to the point earlier about the build-up to a match, it almost becomes too big. Try and stay mellow, chilled out, and yeah, just wait for that call-up.
Well, so I'm glad you're here to bring us this insight, by the way. Now, we're going to bring you updates as soon as we have them. The guys behind the scenes are endeavouring to speak to the guys inside the tournament office, but looking at Mark Williams' face, he's smiling, and that's a good thing. That means that problems are being resolved. We don't know exactly how long it will take for full resolution to happen, but if you are just joining us thinking, why on earth are you talking about Z? Can we see some action? It's been temporarily paused because of a slight issue with power supply. Thankfully, our cameras are bang on because we don't mess around here, and we've got light panels as well, which means we can continue to speak to you. And as for Ken and Phil, they get to have a nice little rest, because how strange is that for them in commentary to go, I can't see a sausage?
Yeah, you just got to just wait, I guess, you know. They're probably, Phil will keep Ken entertained, that's for sure anyway. So they're just waiting for the action to get underway. They won't have left the commentary box. They'll still be sat in there ready and waiting to go.
Nothing phases Ken and Phil. Those guys are consummate professionals. But as for us, we're going to go and find out what's happening inside the tournament office. So we'll take a little bit of break and we'll bring right back very shortly. Well, welcome back to day 2 of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. We rejoin the action once again with Mink Chirat and Anthony Hamilton doing battle. It is Anthony Hamilton, the Sheriff of Pottingham, leading this one 2 frames to 1. And the current score on the door before the pause was Mink 45, Anthony Hamilton 22. So we can hand back to our commentary team of Phil and Ken.
Thanks, Radzi. Yeah, Mink at the table scoring what's more, trying to build her lead into a substantial one.
Well, after all that, she's left that cue ball well, a little bit short. It's always difficult, isn't it, when you come back after a little bit of a hiatus, as we've had, just to concentrate, get your mind back focused. This is missable. I'm going to be so careful. Yeah. She'd be so disappointed. Of all the times for it to happen, Phil, she was on the precipice of winning that frame from that position, but she scuppered the chance.
Yeah, very unfortunate. The break shattered her rhythm. Of course, Ken, you were involved in the lengthiest ever interval at the German Masters in the mid-90s against Mark Williams, if you recall, at Roberts Barracks in northern Germany, middle of winter. And the heating went out and the interval lasted an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, Osnabrück, wasn't it?
That's it.
Yeah.
Now, Hamilton had a wonderful opportunity to clear up and steal frame 3. He did not take it. It would do him the power of good if he took this one.
Yeah, now I spoke about that plant, the possibility of a plant. Anthony Hamilton was looking at those 2 reds into this left corner pocket. Is he going to play for it? It's not dead set. Or is he going to go into the pack of 3 reds here? He's gone into them. Now, how's his look? Ooh. Could have been a little bit better. Cue ball and red very, very close to each other for this red into the right centre. And because he's got such a long backswing, you would say, those little shots that you'd like to play, very difficult to play when your backswing is so long. Gonna play the double, is he? No, he's not playing the double. He's gone for safety. Trying to hide that cue ball behind the black.
Apart from the interruption in play, perhaps affecting Mink's rhythm, I think it also was a benefit to Hamilton because things were going against him and it might have afforded the window of opportunity to get some clarity of thought. Although he has left this red on. Well, Mink apologising for not leaving the red on, but I suppose she would have been unlucky to leave it on. By the way, we do have our first result of the day. Ashley Carty has defeated Chris Totten 4-0. He was very close to victory before the lights went out. He now plays former Crucible semi-finalist Anthony McGill. Hamilton doesn't want to be 16 behind, of course, but he'll be heartened by the fact that the table is wide open. His deficit could so easily be erased if he gets in.
That's a poor shot. I'm not quite sure why he didn't actually take that red on, but he's played a very, very poor shot and he could be in trouble here. It's an easy layup snooker right behind the pink here for Mink. Put Anthony Hamilton in a lot of trouble. Yeah, there we go. Now get out of that and get it safe.
Hamilton knew the predicament he was going to be in as soon as he played the previous shot. Hit the blue first. Marka Kessler will be hoping against hope that Mink doesn't ask for the balls to be put back, but they're going to be put back. It will take a while, this.
Yeah, it's a nightmare for referees. I don't think that red moved. Yeah, I think Anthony, he's pretty okay. That red, I think that red, the one that's on the green spot, she's moving the wrong red. I think the red that's on the green spot should have been, well, in the position that she's moving now. They're pretty close together. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just got to keep an eye on the monitor.
That was the original position.
Blue wasn't actually on the spot, so that has to be moved slightly. It's like one of those things where you're not supposed to be a robot and you slide one of those little jigsaw pieces into, to fill up the screen, Phil. Have you ever done that?
Yeah, I'll tell you, this actual system's very good because she's being guided at the moment by her marker, Andrew Barklam. So I think we're going to get a reasonable degree of accuracy here.
That's pretty good, is it? Seem pretty happy. Now, cue ball behind the pink, and here we go again. Now, whatever you do, don't hit the blue this time, Anthony.
The easiest ball to replace here, the white, because he was right in behind the pink. Horrible position this. Every credit to Micah Kessler there, did a good job.
This is the case where the player just hits it as hard as he can and maybe flukes one. Anything can happen on a 12-by-6 table. Well, knock the white in instead of red, but at this time, thankfully, it won't be replaced. He has knocked the red safe though, and with Mink 25 points in the lead, she's going to need at least 2 reds to secure the frame, so it's not 100% certain, but I don't think she'll put it back. She's got to pot this red into the left center, get on a blue or a pink, then need one more red and a color to secure the frame. She's in a strong position.
Mink 59 ahead, oh sorry, 29 ahead. So if she can pot this with the pink or black, Hamilton will require a snooker.
That's a great shot. Great pot. Now, blue to put her 35 points in the lead with 35 on as we see this red down the rail once more. Excellent. Well worth another look. Just make sure the blue and then play a good safety on this red. I don't think she'll attempt to pot into this yellow pocket. I think she may try and double it over into the green pocket, and but more importantly, get a good cue ball, play a good safety shot, because she's only 35 ahead but still 35 left. And try and keep that ball in the bulk area, the red ball of course, so play a telling safety shot. There's the double. If it doesn't go in, get a good cue ball, you might get a snooker. And that's exactly what she's done. Well worked out.
Had the red travelled on a little more, Mink might have been in trouble. As it is, she's got a shot to nothing attempt at frame ball. A fraction of an inch away from losing the frame. The in-off there would definitely have brought up 2-2.
Yeah, she's got to be a little bit careful here. Can't be too complacent, Mink, because the situation with the colour balls the way they are, I mean, it wouldn't be difficult getting some cover and maybe getting a snooker. Very experienced player, Anthony Hamilton, knows his way around the table. So certainly not out of the woods yet in this frame. Trying to get that cue ball down behind the pink and brown. Has it got the legs? Has it got the legs? It has. Good shot. And now all of a sudden, the roles are reversed here. One cushion escape just before the middle pocket on the right hand side. But with these tables, Phil, you know, the new cloths, ball slides, it's very hard to judge off just one cushion trying to get it escape from snookers. It's not straightforward. Very important she hits this. Oh, well played. Well done. Deserved a little bit of luck as well. Good hit.
That really is a pleasing outcome for Mink. Hamilton would have expected, hoped for much better. And now if Mink can float the red into the yellow pocket, it's all tied up.
That puts an end to the frame, and I must say, I must commend her. She's really done really well here, Mink. Shown a lot of great battling qualities. And she's good value for a 2-2 draw.
The way things are going, I think Hamilton is vulnerable. Because with these eyesight issues, sometimes the longer he plays, the more difficult he finds it. And this has been a lengthy match.
Yeah, and also Mink has grown in confidence. He's trying to strike the cue ball with a little bit more authority. Got a bit of a spring in his step. A lot less experienced than her opponent, of course, but she's putting up a good show here so far.
Hamilton made a break of 78 in the first frame. He won the second by clearing yellow to pink. But Mink has bounced back very well indeed. Lots of resilience. It is 2-2, all to play for. Best of 7 to start off. Now it's down to best of 3. Now, we've seen some excellence over on table 2. Jimmy Robertson was in a similar boat to Anthony Hamilton. He led 2-0 against Mohamed El Kayat. El Kayat fought back to 2-2, but Robertson has just put together a total clearance to regain the lead at 3-2. This the last few pots of it. I think he's one of those players, Ken, who needs to be inspired, doesn't he? When he's on a streak, on a good streak, he can beat anyone.
Yeah, very fast player, isn't he? Sort of an inspirational player. Can certainly pot anything. And yeah, this century is good timing for him. Lovely striker of the ball, hits it really crisply. Wastes no time at all. Good player, Jimmy Robertson. Hasn't been too well over the last couple of seasons, has he, Phil? He's suffered with a bit similar to what Ben Mertens is suffering from, some sort of a tremor in his arm that he's having to cope with. He seems to be doing pretty well with it.
Yes, at the Xi'an Open in China recently, he ran Kyron Wilson very close, losing 5-4, and of course Wilson went on to capture the title. 138 total clearance, Jimmy Robertson back in front in style. So off we go with frame 5 here. Scores around the arena. Well, Alan Taylor has taken the first frame from Aaron Hill. Rory Thor 3-1 up on Hamid Mir. Artemis Zizens and Zhu Si 2-2. Liu Hongyu still 3-1 up on Michael Holt. Simon Blackwell 2-1 over Xingzi Hao. And it's also 2-1 for Maha Long over Robbie McGuigan. I thought his pace of play in the first frame, when he made that sizable break, was encouraging. Second frame was a little scrappier, but there was nothing untoward. As the match has gone against him, though, he's become a little slower. Well, a lot slower. And that most certainly wasn't worth the wait. He's been very fortunate.
Well, what a slice of luck he's had there. Okay, Mink can pot one of these reds into the corner, but look at where that red is finished. Have a look at this. He's gone for a pot, trying to screw the cue ball back up towards one of the ball colours. Didn't catch it anywhere where he would have wanted, and that red has come up, blocked the other red into the right corner. And Mink only has a safety shot now. The other red is too risky to take on. What the result?
Worth bearing in mind what Hamilton is playing for here. By being seeded into the second round, he's guaranteed £4,000, so he won't go home financially empty-handed. But if you lose your first match in these structured draws, you don't get any ranking points whatsoever. If he wins this match, he would be on 7,000 ranking points and the equivalent amount of pounds. So a vitally important contest for him.
Yeah, that's the difference to this big money event. If he doesn't win, it's going to be hard to, you know, catch up with other tournaments because of the prize money. You'd have to go a few rounds to earn that type of money. And as you said, he's on the brink. He's around 63 in the provisional world rankings. Imperative for it to stay in the top 64 to keep his card. Link is not going to attempt the green into the middle. She's going to try and just drop in behind it. She's played it well, keeping the pressure on Anthony Hamilton.
The eventual winner will play Jamie Jones tomorrow in the last 80. And right now, picking a winner, I think, is difficult. The stock of Mink has gone up considerably. When we had the power issue, and of course play had to stop because there was no light in the arena, made me think how ironic it was, because at the 1976 World Championship in Middlesbrough, it was a split side between Middlesbrough and Manchester that year's event, and at the Middlesbrough half of the championship, play had to be suspended because there was too much light, namely not enough curtains. And so natural light was streaming into the arena and going on the table, and of course it makes it impossible to play when that's happening. Other unusual interruptions in play over the years. World Championship in Manchester in 1973, the match between Fred Davis and Alex Higgins was suspended because of rain stopped play. Rain coming through the roof. I remember one Saturday at the Crucible, Ken, I think you'll remember this as well, when I think it was around tea time, late afternoon, a massive thunderstorm hit and all of the electrics went out then as well.
Yeah, we've had all sorts, demonstrators, streakers as well over the years, stop play. Thankfully you weren't one of those, Phil.
I might have been, no one would have noticed.
Oh, we would have. Don't worry about that. Is this a chance Anthony Hamilton has been waiting for? Red into the right centre. Long way away from the pot here, Ming. She knocked some good long pots in, but on that occasion now, can he pot this red? Find the gap between the two reds. Back up for blue, maybe pink. No.
Having begun so positively, Hamilton is really struggling now, isn't he?
It's gone completely off the boil. Concentration is gone. I mean, even that shot there, Phil, I thought he might have tried to stun the cue ball in off two cushions. A little bit of right-hand side. Just tried to play it just with top spin. Hasn't left anything easy for Mink. The red into the right centre. She could take that on, but she can't get on the black. So she's going to play this red just below the pink spot, try and cut it in. Maybe get back up towards the bulk area for pink or one of those ball colours. Lovely pot. Needs to slow up the cue ball for the yellow. And it has done. And she's nicely on it. Good pot that.
Now Hamilton needs to regain his mojo. Without wishing to make excuses for Anthony, he really does struggle with his eyesight these days, and this has been a long drawn out match. Just needs to find enough form to get over the line. But Ken going through the ringer, isn't he?
Yeah, it looks to be really struggling now. We saw him come to the table, eyes widen, blinking. Just sure sign that he's in a bit of trouble. Now can Ming capitalise? She will have noticed what's going on. A few eye drops going in there. From Ming's point of view, it's hard to keep your concentration when you see your opponent struggling like that. You think, well, I'm going to get chances. But it's kind of very scrappy now at the moment.
A few moments ago we saw Jimmy Robertson's 1-3-8 break in frame 5 against Mohamed El Kayat. Well, Robertson has now completed a 4-2 victory. So the professional from Sussex in England will go into round 3 to take on former European Masters champion Fan Zhengyi. Well, Hamilton floated the idea of a re-rack. Meng Nucharat had no objection, and so frame 5 will begin again. Had a re-rack last night with Stan Moody and Ziad Al-Kabani. So we go back to square one, Ken. 2-2 all over again.
Yeah. And I suppose it wasn't going anywhere, was it? It was getting a little bit scrappy. So, okay, let's start up again and try and get the balls open in the next frame. And it probably suits Anthony, really, to have because obviously he's struggling a little bit with his eyesight, putting some drops in his eyes. So it probably suited him. Just take a little break, have a re-rack and regroup.
I spoke to him today and he said he had the operation in 2020. It's been well documented in the newspapers. Had the operation in 2020 with the idea of improving his eyesight to be able to continue his career for as long as he possibly could. But instead the operation backfired, and ever since he's been having all kinds of difficulties.
Lovely opener from Mink. Nicely on the black. That one loose red just to the right of the bunch near this bottom right corner pocket. That's what she'll play on. She could go into some of the reds just to the right of the bunch and still be on that red. Could take a chance. Well, looks like she's just going to play on the loose red. Here's a possible plant. Look at the top of the pack as well into this corner. So she's playing on the loose red, but those two reds, they may be in line. She hasn't looked at them. Yeah, you see those two reds there now. There's a possible plant. Okay, it's not dead set, but easily made. And if she hasn't looked at that little plant, I wonder will she take a little brief look at them now. Now she's had a look. Just now she's noticed it. So she doesn't have to go into the reds here if she doesn't want to, but she has a nice angle. Doesn't look like she's playing into the reds. Is she going to play in the plant or for that loose red just near the yellow? Oh, you got to pot the black, Mink. You got to pot the black. Concentrating on the position. Forgot about the pot.
Yeah, 4 pots on the black of that approximate ilk in this match, and she's undercut 3 of them. Potted the other one. That's more like it from the man they call the Machine. He's been malfunctioning in the last few frames, but a big break would solve a lot of problems. Well, he went into them with reasonable force. I think he's been more than a tad unlucky there.
Yeah, it could have been a bit kinder, couldn't it? Not taking any chances on that red into the right centre, just playing it, containing safety shot.
The UK Women's Championship starts next Friday at the Northern Snooker Centre in Leeds. Women's World Ranking event. And I think Mink would go there with great confidence if she could beat someone of Hamilton's experience and calibre.
Well, would you believe it? I think she may be angled. Well, no, she's not angled, but she certainly cannot hit the left-hand side of the pack as we look. That red on the blue spot, that may be the only ball that she can see, but wow. What a resting place for the cue ball.
Hamilton was initially concerned about the cue ball there, but then it grazed the cushion and he thought he was okay, but it nearly dropped.
I mean, how would you like this shot? So difficult. First of all, for your bridge, cue the ball itself. This is so difficult. May have to take this red on, believe it or not, and leave the cue ball. Try and get that cue ball down towards this bottom right corner pocket. But look at it, almost straight. Ah, stop it. Stop it. What a shot. That is the shot of the tournament so far. She had to go for it. There was no other shot, Phil, but how well did she cue that? My goodness.
If you put a top 10 pots for the season together, well, that's an early candidate. That was extraordinary. What a piece of cueing.
Amazing. She deserves to get this black. Could be missed, but she deserves to get it, and she has done. Well done. Well, that is just incredible. That red. She's going to need another good shot to keep the break going. She's run out of position, but I mean, this is well worth another look. Have a look at this. Well, I could be there all day, Phil. I still wouldn't get that, no matter how many opportunities I had. Look at that.
That's the definition of a straight shooter. By the way, Rory Thor of Malaysia, he has beaten Hamid Mia 4-1. So Thor into the last 80. He will take on Rob Milkins tomorrow.
Well, from the sublime. Couldn't get any worse for Mink there with the outcome. Have a look at this. What an easy starter. Reds everywhere, all in the open.
I'm well aware, Ken, it's very easy for me to say this sitting in this commentary box, but I think it's counterproductive for Hamilton to play too slowly. I think now he's in the balls, he needs to pick up the pace for his own good.
Yeah, well, we saw it in the first frame, how easy it was for him. Nice rhythm. Things have changed. He's gone off the boil, and even before he took the opening pot, you could see him contemplating over a few shots, and I think that's the problem for him. He sort of looks at too many shots, gets bogged down a little bit, got too many plans in his mind. I mean, he can't do much with this. He's got to just play the red, leave an angle on the blue, and he has to go in and out of balk. If he cannot get top side of the blue, he's coming off the cushion, so there may be a slight angle. Yeah, no problem at all. Now he's got to try and either play on that red on the black spot, and try and get the black on the spot as soon as possible. That will make things a lot easier for him. Played on the red. Now, how does he get on this black? He's having a look at the black into the right centre. If it passes the pink, then he can land nicely on the black. It definitely pots into the right corner pocket. Can he get on that black? Get it back on the spot. Get some break sort of going here for himself.
I think from Hamilton's reaction, the cue ball has just gone far enough past the black to leave the pink on. Touch and go, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he played for the black into the right corner. It's just overran the cue ball. He always had the pink there. Now, where does the pink go? Does it go on the black spot, or does it go right on its spot and then block all those reds? It may fit on its own spot here, you know, which means it will block at least 2 of those reds into puttable positions. Maybe. So still a bit of work to do. He's not going to be comfortable until he, as I said, maybe gets that black back on its spot. Can't do it here. Has he got an angle on the blue? Is it dead straight?
If there is an angle there, it is minuscule. Not been foolproof for the rest, has he, in this match?
Off the bottom, that red, it clears the path of the black into the same pocket. And this will make a difference. It's okay. White is taking a bit of a bounce off the cushion, but he's absolutely perfect on this red. Mink had a chance in this frame.
It's actually rather ironic because the red she potted to get in was, without any doubt, the best shot of this match so far. And yet, indirectly, it's led to this. Indirectly. Ken, you and I have known Anthony for years, and you know he's a real competitor. This is such a grind for him.
This could be a key shot. Play a little cannon into the red, just left of the pink. Perfect. Is he? Surely he's on this red. Played the right shot. If not, he's on the other one. But that little cannon has just opened up the pink. It's opened up the 3 reds around the pink as well. He'd love to be on this red directly. If not, he may have to play the other red just to the left of it into the corner. Still shouldn't be a problem.
Can you stay still, please?
cue balls just ran a little bit more than he would have liked. Elected to play the cannon, and it's worked out okay.
He'll be feeling so much better now, but there's still a little bit of work to do. 39 ahead. So he needs the blue and one more red. Didn't screw back quite far enough, so there's just a grain of doubt about this. Well done, Anthony Hamilton. Well done indeed.
Yeah, the Reds were all there when he came to the table, but it was still like a job that he had to do. Just checking the scores, plenty in front, 51 ahead, only 43 remaining. You think he will go for this red into the left center? No. Keeping it tight, using his experience. Try and play a good safety shot.
Mink 51 behind, 43 on, so needing a couple of snookers. Not on the black, so at the very best, needing another snooker now on top of that.
She potted one good red earlier on in this frame, but she's going to need a really good pot on this black to keep her chances alive in this frame. This is so difficult.
Wow, talking about life on the edge. Still highly unlikely she's going to win the frame, but had the black stayed out, as Ken said, that would have been that. Must tell you quickly about a wonderful performance from Artemis Zizins, an 18-year-old Latvian who's just beaten Zhu Si. Zizins, who came through the Q School earlier this year to be on tour for the first time, didn't just win the decider, he won it with 137 total clearance. Made of the right stuff, that youngster. You know, in 33 years as a professional, Anthony Hamilton has seen it all. He'll be taking absolutely nothing for granted. And you could see he was very concerned as he saw the cue ball skirting towards the pocket there. Just for a second, Ken, going back to Artemis Zizins, what a display that was. He now plays Tepchara Nu in the third round.
Yeah, very impressive, and particularly the way, as you said, did it in style. Wonderful break in the last. And against a young man who's been, as I said earlier, climbing up the rankings, you see. Good win for him. Hamilton knocked this yellow in and put pay to this frame. Got back to that.
I'll tell you what, in the modern game, Ken, it's not very often you get a match that's been going for nigh on 3 hours that remains 2-2.
Yeah, and I just got back to that red when he made that break that he didn't take on into the left center. I mean, it wasn't that difficult. If he missed it, it wasn't like, you know, his opponent needed a couple of snookers in anyway, so. Should have been a little bit more confident, a little bit more proactive. Anthony Hamilton. He's a wonderful talent, there's no doubt about it, but you just like to see him play with a little bit more positivity, a little more belief, I'd say.
Mind you, lengthy matches can occur in all cue sports. At the recent US 9-ball open in Atlantic City, one match between Ko Ping Han and Jonathan Pinegar. Bear in mind, 9-ball pool took 3.5 hours. The lengthiest match so far on the World 9-ball Tour. That could put an end to proceedings. I'm glad I said could put an end.
Yeah, maybe not. opponent needs a snooker, why not put your opponent in snookers? And raised, a little bit fortunate there. Double kiss, got the snooker. Oh, that should be it now. Surely there'll be a concession.
Yeah, the concession arrived, needing 4 snookers. Mink realised the frame was up, but the match isn't. Anthony Hamilton needs 1 more to go through. He leads 3-2.
This red now, the black is open into both corner pockets, so makes the break a little bit easier for him. Still got a couple of loose reds after this one as well. So there could be a costly error for Mink.
Mink is the last female player standing in the tournament. Rhian Evans, Bayu Liu, the Women's World Champion, and Bipad Siripaporn were all beaten in round 1 yesterday.
Disconsolate look upon his face, and he's just travelled a little bit too far with the cue ball. Could play this with a lot of pace, because the cue ball is going into other reds, and he may be able to develop a red or two here. Lots of top spin. Well, he's played it. Could have played that a lot heavier, a lot more pace, and he could have maybe developed 1 or 2 from the bunch there.
The eyes are still sore, just battling through. Providing his own non-verbal commentary. Mind you, there was a grunt there as well as the gesticulation. Hated that.
He hasn't left anything easy. 40-point lead. He's got a couple of reds safe. This is not a gimme, this red. What about that plant? Is it on? Hasn't looked at it. Is it there? No. Oh, it wasn't straightforward. Has she got the cover? She has. Second prize. Trying to get on the black there, but now what does Anthony do here?
Another result for you. 20-year-old Chinese player Liu Hongyu has beaten Michael Holt by 4 frames to 2. Liu goes through to play Ricky Walden in the 3rd round. Well, nothing too expansive about that shot, Ken.
It was a containing shot, was it now? Is it possible? And those 2 reds just underneath the pink. Possible plant onto the 3rd red over the corner pocket. Or can she knock this red just beneath the black spot towards that red over the corner? Could play this red just on the side cushion, knock it out into the open.
Now, in an earlier frame, Anthony Hamilton suggested a re-rack. You won't be doing that here with a 40-point lead.
I'm very surprised with him to get himself into this situation, because Mink will just tap into the reds and then make Anthony force the issue, because the onus is on him. He's got the 40-point lead. So he's fallen into a bit of a trap here. And it's his own fault. All she has to do is just tap into these reds.
I think though his mindset is consistent with someone who badly needs ranking points to continue his career, and he realises that this is a golden opportunity to get plenty on the board. He's taking no risks, and I think sometimes to his own detriment.
See, he's got himself into this situation. I mean, that's a definite plant if he tries to leave the cue ball near that corner pocket. If he rolls into the red, then Mink will just do the same. So the onus is on him here. He's tried to leave a touching ball there, and it may well be, but no touching ball call. But once again, just a little deft touch into the reds here.
course, Mink would love a re-rack, but I think there's more chance of Hamilton cycling home. Dynamic start for Oliver Lyons. Century to take the first frame from Ben Wollaston. Need to keep that match updated because I know his father Peter will be watching and he's a good friend of mine. So the lad's made a good start, Pete. I think the word for this, Ken, is tedious.
This could go on for a little bit longer. As I said, Mink is making Anthony force the issue here, but we could be here a little while longer. And then, of course, it's up to the referee to give the players a couple of shots each. She has that right. If she doesn't see there's anything going forward in this frame, she'll give the players 3 shots each. And that's when Anthony will have to, well, he'll have to force the issue. I think she's got to say something to both players very shortly, because otherwise they'll just keep doing the same and there'll be no sort of resolve to this dilemma.
Well, funny you should say that. In the Championship League ranking event last summer, Mink had an extended frame very similar to this against Ma Hailong of China, and the referee Julian Bell didn't step in as quickly as he should have done.
I think that's where the referees have to take a stand as well. Now, is he playing something different here? No.
Century to report for Julien Leclerc. Nice way to equalise against Graham Dott at 1-1.
There's no doubt. Referee Micah Kessler has to take charge of the situation now. Don't think she should leave it too much longer. Has to be going through her mind. And I'm sure Anthony Hamilton, being as experienced as he is, he will know the situation. He will know that he has to do something different here to rectify this, because otherwise it'll go on for a little bit longer and the referee won't let them.
Another match has finished. Xingzi Hao has beaten Simon Blackwell 4-2. So it's been a good afternoon for snooker's youth movement. An 18-year-old, a 19-year-old and a 20-year-old all gaining a victory. And sometimes, Ken, I feel as though we were 20 when this match began. Our director a few moments ago said this match has had everything. He's right, apart from one thing. It's not at the end. And that's in doubt.
kettle on, Phil, will you? Just milk, no sugar.
I don't think you can blame either player because they both got very different agendas, but I think the referee must step in very shortly.
The referee has to make a decision very quickly. He's played too many shots now, and it really should have been done a few moments ago. I'm very surprised because she's an experienced referee herself.
You see, when you have a re-rack, on the vast majority of occasions these days, it's when the two players mutually agree, when the scores are very close. There's no incentive whatsoever for Hamilton to have a re-rack, considering he's 40 points ahead. Obviously, Mink wants to keep this stalemate going to try and bring in the possibility of a re-rack, so it's up to the referee.
And also, it's up to the player. It's up to Anthony Hamilton here to really sort of, because he's got the advantage, it's up to him to do something different. He's trying to separate the reds now, but not enough. He's bowed his head. Has he possibly left the plant there? Surely that cue ball and red are too close to each other. Yeah, no, I don't think she'll attempt that. She's got to play back into the reds here.
I do sympathise with the referee. She doesn't want to force Hamilton's hand by making him have a certain number of shots. But the point is, eventually, that decision has to be made. So why not do it sooner rather than later?
Also, maybe she's never been in this situation herself, the referee. Maybe she's never had to sort of call the 3-shot rule on both players. That's a foul, and looks like touching ball. Touching ball, yeah, so that'll be... Mink has asked him to play again.
This one, right? That one.
Similar frame to this happened at the Crucible many years ago. Andy Hicks against Willie Thorne. Thorne was well out in front. Then it became a stalemate. The referee, quite correctly, gave them a number of shots to play, and Willie wasn't best pleased.
Yeah, I remember, didn't Steve Davis and Doug Mountjoy have a re-rack with just blue, pink and black remaining at the World Championship as well, where the blue and the cue ball got lodged in the pocket and it just kept tapping into the blue, and after about 45 minutes with just blue, pink and black, it was a re-rack. Can you believe that?
That is absolutely right, and the latest ever re-rack in terms of professional snooker anywhere on pink and black. Please. Shouldn't mention it just to tempt fate, but that's true. We had a re-rack on pink and black some years ago. So the impasse might well be over.
It's over. That's 15 minutes we'll never get back, Phil.
Yeah, 13 minutes of torture. You can run a 5,000 metre race world class in that time. Another marathon going on. Robbie McGuigan and Ma Hai Long. They've just gone 3-3. So one impasse is over, maybe another one's beginning. Great joy. To use football parlance, this is snooker's answer to parking the bus.
Yeah, clever little shot that. She's got the cue ball tight to the ball cushion. You can't plant the red that's over the corner part. There's just too much distance between the cue ball and the reds that are tight to this. As we look down the line, the reds that are tight to this cushion, just above the red that's over the hole. Too difficult to try and plant that one from there, so. She's got him in a little bit of a pickle here. Doesn't want to kiss on the green with the red, and now after a protracted safety battle, it's gone for almost 20 minutes. You may see a ball being potted. No.
When you've been involved in a very lengthy tactical skirmish, potting balls suddenly is a little more difficult than normal. Mind you, that one should have been knocked in. No such problems for Stuart Carrington, who's just made a century to draw level at 1-1 with Farika Shaib. Like to see Stuart do well here because he was very unfortunate, had to miss the Xi'an Grand Prix, the British Open and the Wuhan Open qualifiers, because he had a rather nasty virus that confined him to his bed for a while.
I think there's enough room for this red just to slide off this top cushion into this right corner pocket. It looks like it's a big pocket, but well, maybe not. He doesn't like it. You would think that the red just below the pink spot, he could plant that one. Well, it looks, as we look there now, look at that. Doesn't that look like a big pocket there, in off the red? The other red, keep it tight to the top cushion. Should be on blue or pink. Yeah, no problem.
Now, that was the classic case of someone who's not got an awful lot of confidence, who desperately wants to win, and who tries to convince himself that it could be a problem, that when it was quite obvious that was a big pocket. There won't be any other emotion if he gets over the line here other than relief. There'll be no pleasure in the way he's played, no joy in the fact that he's through to round 3. It'll just be pure and simple relief. Drawing ever closer to taking on former World Championship quarter-finalist Jamie Jones in the 3rd round.
Yeah, these are all valuable points, and particularly a couple of those reds that are safe. It's going to be very difficult, even if Mink does come back to the table. It'll be a very tall order for her. You would feel that Anthony Hamilton is going to accrue enough points here to get himself over the line. Been a real struggle for him. I know he's had his eye problems throughout this match. We've had a break with the power going off as well. That hasn't helped the players. Without doubt, it's one of the longest matches of this fledgling inaugural ranking tournament here in Riyadh.
Yes, and it's kept Andrew Higginson and Jimmy White waiting quite a while to take centre stage. They'll be straining at the leash. Can't be upset with that kiss.
No, nice angle as well, isn't it? Nice angle on the black, just to go down for the red, just near the black spot, below the pink. So 59 the difference. This red will leave Mink needing the snooker. Yeah, black to follow and an easy red as well. So in a struggle for Anthony Hamilton, but he's going to get over the line. Mink, on the other hand, she'll be disappointed. She's had her chances. She's put up a brave performance. She's played well. And generally, just a couple of Missed shots here and there. Maybe a little bit of inexperience when she needed it. Could have pushed this match all the way.
And we must applaud Anthony Hamilton in a couple of departments. Application when things weren't going well. And just determination to get over the line. It wasn't pretty by any means. But for him, it was all about getting the W. And that's what he's done. Well, that's his third half century of the match after breaks of 78 in the first frame and 60 in the fifth. But that doesn't tell the story. This has not been a contest, Ken, with fluency at the top of the list.
No, it just goes to show how easy you can make it look, you know, when the pressure is off and you're over the line. I made that previous red look like it was over the pocket.
That is it. Mick Nucharit has been beaten by Anthony Hamilton by 4 frames to 2. Hamilton goes into the third round, but boy, what a struggle.
Only 6 frames, 3.5 hours. That marathon, Stephen, had just about everything.
Yeah, literally, you could say that again. You know, Hamilton there, he's made 3 breaks over 50 in the end, but some of the frames just seem to go on forever. That last one in particular, it seemed difficult to ever see how it was ever going to end.
He turned pro in 1991. But even by his standards, I mean, the power cut, for example, I mean, how do you, especially with his eyes, reset yourself and go again? Because at one stage we're thinking, is he actually going to concede?
Yeah, you know, it'd be good to ask him, actually.
He's on his way, by the way.
Yeah, because, I don't know, you've just got to deal with that, you know, as a snooker player. Anything can happen, I suppose, out there in the arena. It went very scrappy, but he's made some good breaks in amongst it all. Obviously, the power cut. Yeah, everything happened.
And just a reminder, next up is none other than James Warren White. Jimmy White will be facing Andrew Higginson, so please do not move a muscle because they'll be heading out to the bays in just a few moments, but not before we do speak to Anthony Hamilton first off. What do you think he'll take from that match? Do you think, will he have a sense of positivity? Will he be concerned now?
I think probably concern, you know, not so much about the performance itself, but, you know, if his eyes really are, you know, as bad as he says they are, you know, we saw him putting the eye drops in and stuff in the arena, the lighting as well, the bright lights, you could see him sort of covering the light as he was walking around. You know, I really feel for him because this game is hard enough even when you're feeling good and playing well. So to have to deal with that, it might be a concern for him. And
also physically, he's spoken about the fact that his body isn't fantastic. Then you add eyes to that as well. Then you add how long they were out there for. Yeah. Not the ideal situation.
No, far from it. But, you know, he's a professional sportsman. He's been around the block. He's seen everything there is to see in this game, I suppose. So if anyone can deal with something like that, it's the experience of Anthony Hamilton.
Further bad news for him. So great news, he's gotten through Mink, who, by the way, put out a heck of a battle, it has to be said. Up next is Jamie Jones, so the challenge just keeps getting greater and greater.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of this tiered system, isn't it? You know, the standard gradually increases on paper as the tournament goes on. So, you know, as long as you're in the hat for that next round, you've always got a chance, but you would always feel that your level has to improve to meet those better players.
And talking about having chances, Mink did have chances herself to actually take the match.
Yeah, and, you know, commendable performance, really, because she competed quite well tactically against somebody like Anthony Hamilton, who is so good in that department. You know, she will definitely take a lot of positives.
Anthony, come on in. Congratulations. First of all, how were your eyes? Because we saw you kind of wincing a lot.
It was tough because I don't want to talk about it on the TV because the Saudis are trying to put on a tournament for us, which we are very appreciative.
Well said.
I just got one thing wrong with the score, where the scoreboards are. They're right next to the the lights that are for the seat, the brightest lights we've got. So every time you look at the scoreboard, you're looking past these lights, and obviously,
Yeah,
my min says
could see you like sort of.
it's right next to it, so I'm just trying to cover it because every time I look at it, I'm getting worse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, if they can just get the scoreboard a bit lower, eye level somewhere, then you're not looking directly at the light because the TV light is always on the chair, and I'm always like this, not looking at it. But you have to look at it. Look at the scoreboard. You see, so you know, it made it tough.
Thank you for that insight, by the way. In terms of the power cut that took place, certainly not something I've been part of before. You turned pro in '91. Have you had that?
Yeah, I've had everything. That must have happened at some point.
It's another day at the office.
Definitely happened at some point.
Play with the lights off, wouldn't you?
I thought I was doing it.
And just finally, what does it mean to be part of this tournament where you are 63 in the world, actually doing well? You can really change the game.
Yeah, you know, it's great to be here. You know, I'm not going to start saying this and that, you know, about, I can win them 3 or 4 matches. You know, if I play like that, I'm out. So, if you improve, yeah, you can win and you can have a good run. And they've given us a chance to have a good run and earn some money and enjoy ourselves. So that's what you can ask for, you know.
And I think that's the important point that Anthony makes, actually, you know, because regardless of the health issues he's got going on, he's here battling away in this brilliant event, and I think that's commendable.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'd like to be flying. We all would, you know, because there's money up for grabs, and you know, you'd like to get to the quarters, the semis, and just get a right buzz on. But there's good money to be had for the first, second, third rounds. You know, thankfully for the Saudis being so generous, you know, that we can all have a good week without having a great week. You know what I mean?
And the sheriff is in amongst the coffers, so congratulations, Anthony. But do not go anywhere, because up next it's another legend of the base, Jimmy White. He'll be getting onto the action very shortly, and we'll be joining that one, and we can't wait for it to begin. Is there a count on this graphic? Welcome back to Riyadh for the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters, and after 3.5 hours of action on that very table, let's bring you right up to date with the action on the 7 other tables as well, because Jimmy Robertson managed to better Mohamed El Kiat from Egypt, the 2018 European Masters winner, managing to do that in fairly fair fettle. As for table number 3, it went to a final frame decider, and 18-year-old Latvian Artemis was delighted with his performance. Lu Hongyu, the English Open semi-finalist from 2023, managed to better Michael Holt, who was the 2020 shootout winner. Ashley Carty managing to whitewash Chris Totten, who, by the way, congratulations to him, now back on the tour after a fantastic performance in the Q School. As for Rory Thor, aka Malaysia's Thor Xuan Leong, he managed to better Hamad Mia. As for Rory McGuigan, that went to a final frame decider. Unfortunately, Ma is celebrating his 21st birthday on Wednesday. It wasn't an early birthday present for McGuigan. He is absolutely elated. And finally, it was 4 to the Chinese teenager Qing Zhao. But Stephen, in terms of the action that happened on the TV table, we saw Anthony Hamilton managing to better Mink. It was a long one, but boy, was it captivating. And will that captivation continue in the form of Jimmy White and Andrew Higginson? And then in the evening, the action might just roll on to this evening, such has been the length of the action that we've seen there. We've got an impervious mental man in Anthony Kowalski and his He Gong-shu as well. But as for Jimmy White there, let's hear from him, and it's safe to say he's excited to be here in Saudi Arabia.
Jimmy, firstly on last night, how did you feel you played?
Yeah, I think I played good. You know, I thought Mohamed played really well. I knew he was on the tour 2 or 3 years ago, and he started off very well at a 71st frame, and I stole a game to go 2-1 up. So in the end, 4-2, I was pleased with the result.
Andrew Higginson next, one of many players on the tour with a lot of experience.
Yeah, Andrew Higginson's a great player. You know, now it gets, you know, if I get through this round, I play CJOE, and then for me it becomes a snooker match best of 9. But just focusing on Andrew Higginson, you know, he's a great player, and you know, I've got to play well to win.
It's another country for snooker. You actually won the first ranking event outside the UK in Canada back in 1988. What do you make of the setup here in Riyadh?
Well, absolutely amazing. You know, as you know, I've been around from year dot, really, and I remember going to China with Matchroom with Steve Davis and Barry Hearn, and we never thought snooker was going to take off like it did in China. What they've done here with the Kingdom, they've brought the whole tour here, and you've got fantastic facilities. You've got a place with 40 tables to practice. O'Sullivan's also opening an academy here. So with the players, with this tournament, they got a chance to practice with the top players, see how they prepare, and obviously play them in the first round. I don't think any of them have got through yet, but what a great experience for them.
And over 40 years on tour, Jimmy, you're still loving it, right?
Yeah, listen, my A game wins. You know, if my A game was gone, I wouldn't play anymore. I'd go and play bad golf like they all do.
We wish you well today.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers, Jimmy. Thanks.
Well, Jimmy White's absolutely buzzing to be playing here, but says he has to play well. Let's find out if he'll do just that as he faces Andrew Higginson, so he can hand to Dave Hendon and Stephen Holworth.
Yeah, it's been quite a wait for these two, of course. The previous match was quite a lengthy one, but you saw there in the interview, Jimmy White absolutely chomping at the bit to get out there once again, playing a very experienced opponent in the shape of Andrew Higginson, who did drop off the tour, got back on through Q School at the start of last season, so his 2-year tenure once again coming to an end unless he can get himself in the 64, and that's why for him this event really is big. And it applies to so many players for different reasons, but if he did well here, Higginson, early season, he could potentially secure his card and then takes the pressure off for the rest of the season. He's playing a legend, of course. It's 4-4 in previous meetings between them. I think, if anything, Jimmy White is more eager than ever to play snooker, and he's been on tour since 1980. Best of 7, the winner plays China's Si Jiahui in round 3.
The first frame, Andrew Higginson to break.
Well, this is the 427th world ranking event ever staged. Jimmy White has played in 380 of them. He's played in more than anyone. He really does have longevity. And as I was saying, Stephen, his enthusiasm, you just cannot beat, can you?
No, it's unbelievable. You know, I'm in awe of Jimmy White for sure. And just listening to that interview you did with him at the top of the show, You know, and the fact that he's still saying my A game wins, that is just unbelievable, really, because, you know, you could forgive him to sort of just quieten down the snooker, just let it sort of fizzle out. But this guy, Jimmy White, he is a legend. He still wants to win and still fancies the job.
Yeah, came through last night against Mohammed Shihab. 4-2, highest break 67. Of course, Higginson is seeded so into round 2, so this is his first match.
Well, quick early test of your cueing. Good pot, but lost the cue ball. Interesting to see as well, they've had such a long wait, these two, before coming out. Was both here hours ago in the suits, ready to go. Obviously the last match seemed to just go on forever. Both had to just try and stay as focused as possible, get the odd bit of practice in while they can. But now it's game time.
Andrew Higginson was runner-up in the Welsh Open back in 2007. He actually came through from the very first round there to within a frame of winning the tournament. Lost 9-8 to Neil Robertson from 8-6 up. Made a maximum along the way. Nearly got in the top 16 a few years later. He got to 18. But as I say, he was then eventually relegated. Had to go through the trauma of Q School. He's caught the knuckle there.
Yeah, good opening strike from Jimmy White. As you say, Higginson dropping off that tour. He's more than good enough to be a professional player, but that really does just highlight how difficult it is to stay on and how consistency is rewarded in this game. And that's what makes this match all the more interesting. Both players on the second year of the tour card. Huge match for both.
Yeah, it should be said, Jimmy White has had a few of the invitational wildcards, having dropped out the 64 himself, but this latest stay on tour, he got back on through the one-year list, so he got back on as of right. Didn't have a good season last year. So looking again this tournament with the points to really try and move up the ranking list. Currently 87.
Nine.
There you can see that red just above the black will not pot. So Jimmy just came around to have a look at one of these reds by the 3. Looks to be okay on it.
16.
Well, this time he's a lot lower on this black, which means he will be moving that red away from the top of it. Can he just control the cannon? Well, in putting all his efforts into controlling that cannon, he's took his eye off the pot.
Yeah, classic case of divided concentration. Higginson has made quite a poor start to the season. There was a block of qualifiers, 3 tournaments in 10 days, and he was beaten in all 3. So obviously a big blow early season. One of the great things about this event, every player's part of it. Everyone's here at the same venue. It's a round a day. It's 9 days. It's 9 rounds.
And I think it makes it feel all the more special, the fact that all the players are here. You can see in the players lounge just walking through and hearing all the conversations, and there's a real buzz about the place. And you know, quite often when these qualifiers are played for events overseas, the players that have lost in those qualifiers, obviously that you feel a bit left out, and it's obviously even more gutting the fact you haven't qualified and possibly your mates have. So the fact everybody is here, everybody's got the same chance, it's just brilliant.
14.
Well, this is a sort of early test of cueing this shot.
Andrew Higginson, 14.
Yeah, and it was a test that Andrew did not pass. That was poorly struck. Missed it by quite some way. So a chance again falls to Jimmy. Making sure he finished low here. We're going into this cluster of 5 reds directly above the black. If you can just catch the red directly above it to the left, you'll be guaranteed to be on the left, the red to left corner, the single red. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, chance number 2, and a good one now. Develop some reds to just settle in. Of course, he played last night, but it was on one of the outside tables. This is out in the middle, where, of course, for many years he was very used to playing. But it's more of a novelty, I guess, these days to be centre stage. You may just put a bit of extra pressure on.
No.
I think he'll take a lot of confidence, actually, from that win yesterday, because we mentioned he may have thought himself a little bit unlucky to have drawn Mohamed Shiab, who himself is a brilliant player. So the fact that Jimmy did come through that match may set him up really nicely for today.
14.
And of course, Andrew Higginson here as the seeded player in this round hasn't played a match yet, so Jimmy wants to try and keep him cold for as long as possible.
50. $21.
So no cannons required now for Jimmy. Just needs to keep good control of his cue ball. Just taking a second, just making absolutely certain. Mr. Black earlier on in this frame doesn't want to make the same mistake twice. This is a good chance to win the opener.
29. 37. 38.
Well, he's 45 in front, so the black and Higginson needs a snooker. He did have his chance. Saw him miss the red with the white on the cushion. Yeah, he's taken these nicely.
45.
Still got so many fans, I'm sure many tuning in right now. He's the only player I know who's got his nickname on a trophy. The UK Championship trophy, no less, 1992. If you look at it on the scroll, it says Jimmy Whirlwind White. No other player's got their nickname on it. That just tells you the affection with which Jimmy is held.
Well, has he pushed this red far enough to make it potable to left corner? Can clearly see snookers are required, but Jimmy wants to keep Andrew in his seat for as long as possible. Doesn't want him to come back to the table.
Jimmy White 52.
Yeah, he nods his head. So he did have that chance, but couldn't make the most of it. Jimmy White then, at the age of 62, looking to book his place in round 3 here in Riyadh. He leads Andrew Higginson 1-0.
Sorry, I'm just taking the water down.
Day 2 of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters, and indeed round 2 underway. Jimmy White leads Andrew Higginson 1-0. It's best of 7 to reach round 3. And a meeting with Si Jiahui, who Jimmy White in fact played in round 1 of the Xi'an Grand Prix. It was played in the UK to qualify for the venue. That went the distance. Si Jiahui got the win a few weeks ago. White has beaten Dominic Dale this season to qualify for Wuhan. Won't be at the British Open though, so it was a bit of a mixed bag for him at qualifying.
Yeah, I was quite impressed actually with Jimmy when he played Si Jiahui in the qualifiers in Leicester. He played very well in that match, may have well have won it as well, so possible rematch coming up. Andrew Higginson, though, will have other ideas.
Yeah, I think for players of Andrew's generation, he's born in 1977, so he's 46. It's still a big deal to play Jimmy White. Maybe for some of the younger players who don't remember him in his pomp, not so much, but it will be for Andrew.
Yeah, I suppose it's like the kids of today playing Judd Trump, really, isn't it? You're sort of in awe of them. It's important to try and just block all that out, but it's very difficult to do when Jimmy White's at the table. You know, he's got this aura about him still. Doesn't matter how old you are. You see Jimmy White walk into the players' lounge, the practice room, your eyes are instantly drawn to him.
Give me a second, Jimmy.
Ben Williams, the referee, just asking for a moment to line up this pink.
He looks very focused, Jimmy, doesn't he? You can see as he's just walking around the table, his eyes are barely leaving the bed of the table. He's fixated on the balls. Looks like he's playing his way into the zone that players often try and find. Very difficult place to go to. He's got this intense stare in his eyes. He knows how big this event is. He knows his situation in the rankings this season.
14.
One by one, he's seen off all his old rivals, isn't he? Steve Davis is retired. John Parrott, who beat him in a world final. Stephen Hendry did come back, has now retired again. He's kind of the last man standing from that generation.
And what a brilliant attempt that was from Jimmy. He's been unfortunate to not land on anything nicer.
19.
A very difficult shot that, playing with lots of right-hand side. Well, is he on this red next to the black? If he is, it's an ideal one to remove. Can he control the cannon there? You see him just coming around to have a look. Can he push the black on or possibly stay on the pink?
Black ball. $27.
Well, he may not be on the red's left corner, and it may be the red to the yellow pocket now. Just having a look at where he may like to leave this cue ball. Should he miss the red, maybe the only ball that he can leave. Just chasing this break for the time being. A couple of shots away from being perfect. Yeah, it was tougher than it perhaps could have been. Look back a few shots ago, the shot from the blue to go into the reds, he could have well finished a lot nicer.
As I mentioned at the start, 4-4 on their head-to-head. They've not played for 5 years, and indeed Higginson hasn't beaten White for 8 years.
Well, that was a brilliant safety shot that Jimmy's just played, swinging the cue ball around, lots of left-hand side. Didn't have a lot of room to play with there. You can see how close that pink is towards that corner pocket. Had to judge the arc of the cue ball. Put Andrew in a lot of trouble. And he couldn't find the answer. Well, that's again quite unfortunate. There was always a bit of traffic, bit of congestion to avoid there. Wasn't able to do so, and he's actually landed really awkward, Jim. If he can't get past them, he's going to be going 2 cushions probably, nestling onto a baulk colour.
Green ball. Thank you.
Just having a bit of fun with the referee. He's nominated the green.
Foul. You miss. Jimmy White 1 for Andrew Higginson.
It's not an easy shot he's trying here, Jimmy. Quite a bit of slide off these cushions still. Needs to pretty much just miss the red off the cushion, so has to get close to it. Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, certainly not offering up easy chances for Higginson. And these are short matches still, best of 7. If it goes 2-0, Higginson really is then under it. Just a word about one of the newer players, Artemis Zizins from Latvia, just 18. He won his match earlier against Xu Su, just had a great run in the last event in Xi'an. 4-3, 137 in the decider. That's his first century on the World Snooker Tour. What a way to win it.
I really like that Zizins. He's got this bit of arrogance about him. He's got, you know, youth on his side as well. He plays a good game, very attacking. He's definitely one to watch from Riga, Latvia. We used to have a ranking event out there. It'd be brilliant to see him go far in the game.
Yeah, and tonight we've got Poland's Anthony Kowalski on the main table against China's He Guokrang. So it'll be good to see 2 of the newer players. Of course, right now we're watching a couple of veterans. A few of the bigger hitters have arrived. I saw Mark Allen earlier, which of course he's just lost his world #1 spot, but could get it back in this tournament.
That Little shake of the head you can see from Jimmy there. He knows this is a tough safety shot. He's flirting with the corner pocket and the pink, and he's caught the pink. Where's the red going? Well, he did come round and have a look at that red. So, and you could see no raise of the hand from Jimmy. He knew it went, but he didn't intend to hit the pink, because had he missed the red, he would have stuck Andrew right in amongst them.
Well, pink not his favourite ball, and again catching it there, that's just knocked him out of position. You can see, like you say, he's living every moment of this, isn't he? Every shot.
Jimmy White 4.
Yeah, he's thoroughly focused, isn't he, Jimmy White? Even when he goes back to his seat, you can see he's not taking his eyes off the table. Something that a lot of the younger players could take a leaf out of Jimmy's book with. Very easy to play a bad shot, go back to your chair and spend the next few moments stewing over that mistake. Jimmy looks as if he's really found a good soft focus out there. Well, he got very, very close. I think he may have thought that red was going in. A little look to the heavens, because he did fancy it. Couldn't have got any closer without it dropping. And the way that he had to play it was fully commit to the shot. Couldn't get the cue ball out of trouble.
1.
So the first real chance, first real good chance for Andrew Higginson now. A few reds already in open play. Just needs to try and play a few simple shots here, just get a little something going.
7. 8. 10. Andrew Higginson 10.
And you can see the frustrations from Andrew. He was willing himself there to just get nicely in. Left himself further away from this red, still didn't expect him to miss it. So nervy old start to this match for Andrew Higginson.
Yeah, as you say, that was his best chance yet to really get something going, and it didn't come to much. So White 18 to the good. It's true he was involved in so many of the early forays outside British shores in the 80s, some of the matchroom events. In fact, 40 years ago to this very day, he won a tournament in Thailand, one of the early ones played there. Of course, that became a massive part of the tour in the 90s. Played in the early events in China as well.
that very unique address, hasn't he? When he gets down to the shot, you can see how low he digs on the cue ball. Fills you with anxiety, really. You think if you hit that low, surely you're going to chip, but as he comes through, he just raises the cue slightly above where he initially aimed.
17.
This now a good chance to put this second frame to bed. 42 points in front when this black disappears. Doesn't need to concern himself with the two reds closest to him on the side cushion. Two reds in the open, more than enough.
25.
Yeah, he certainly looked the sharper, the more confident of the two. Higginson had the early chance in frame one, and then a better chance here. Neither came to much. We heard in the interview beforehand, we've seen it already, just the body language. Jimmy White, he's not here just to be part of the show. He still feels he can produce strong performances.
I think that's possibly where this intense focus has come from Jimmy. The fact he still really believes that he can perform to that high level.
Well, 58 the difference, 43 on. Higginson is going to play on, but a tall order from here. If anything, a bit of table time.
1.
To lay a good snooker here. Has to be from the first one.
Andrew Higginson, 8.
Well, that's a very good attempt from Andrew Higginson. Kept the red in one half of the table, got the cue ball in the other half. But again, quite a simple hit for Jimmy. It's going to have to be a pretty good snooker from Andrew if he's going to get any penalty points from it. Andrew will be looking at the yellow and blue as a possible big target. But he does have the option to chip thin off the left side of the red here, try and send it towards the brown, cue ball in behind the black. You got the red part right, how's the cue ball? Well, again, it was a good attempt, would have loved to have just caught it slightly thinner. Yeah, that's very good from Andrew. It's not easy to control that type of shot. He struck it nicely. Not only controlled the cue ball, but controlled the red ball, the object ball. Andrew, every time he lays the snooker, he's trying to get the object ball as close to a coloured ball as possible to leave the possibility of a free ball. But as good as these attempts are from Andrew, they're just not good enough. Jimmy White, no issues with getting out of these snookers at the moment.
Bit of a sigh from Higginson. I can tell you've had another result. Alan Taylor has beaten Aaron Hill 4-2. Andrew Higginson knew what was coming there, hence the disappointment. Oh dear, well that's surely that. He nods his head at Jimmy White. So it's a strong start from the Whirlwind. He's halfway towards a place in round 3 here in Riyadh. He leads Andrew Higginson by 2 frames to 0. Well, Andrew Higginson needs vast improvements in all areas. It's been a struggle for him so far. Jimmy White has played nicely overall. 2-0 it is to White in this race to 4 in round 2, day 2 of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters.
Third frame. Andrew Higginson.
Big frame. I mean, it's only frame 3, but it's only first to 4. So if he loses this, Higginson, he's deep in trouble.
Yeah, it pretty much is a must-win frame now for Andrew Higginson. These tiered draws add a very interesting psychology to these matches. Jimmy White, having won a game yesterday, is on prize money and ranking points already in this match. Andrew Higginson, coming in as the seeded player, has to win this match to get the ranking points. He will get the prize money, but if he doesn't win, he doesn't get the ranking points. And at this place of where he is in the rankings, They're very much needed this season for Andrew Higginson. They are for Jimmy as well.
Well, that's a nice opening pot, that. So let's see if he can just put something together, just build a bit of confidence. He's getting just a little frustrated there in frame 2. A couple of shots he played.
Well, this is a good chance now for Andrew. He's got a couple of reds in open play. Black is clearly accessible. Well, took the decision to go into them, play a little holding cannon, a delicate little one.
12.
And he's managed to find a little gap that has just sent the cue ball to this top cushion via a couple of cannons. So that is a sign that things just aren't quite going to plan so far for Andrew. This is where mentality and temperament is so key in this game, particularly in these short sprint matches. Andrew will feel like everything is going wrong at the minute, but he has to try and keep as positive as he can. Think that it can soon turn around.
A little standoff here, but I can tell you that Carl Wai Chung, another of the newer players, has just made a 1-3-6 against Louis Heathcote, 2-1. Chung leads there. There's a lot of growing number, actually, of young talent from right around the world. And this system, the tiered system, means they're not playing the top 16 in round 1. They come in, of course, in the last 32. They're getting matches before that to build some confidence, get used to the conditions, as Jimmy White knocks in that long red. So the standoff didn't last long there.
Well, that's an absolute pearl of a shot from Jimmy White. To float this in from right underneath the cushion. Brilliant cueing, stayed with it the whole way. Vintage Jimmy. Now, can he get himself nicely in to create a good opportunity here? Just going back to this structure of this event being the tiered draw, I'm a huge fan of it. I think, you know, these events are great when the players are playing their way into the bigger rounds, when the higher ranked players then come in. I'm talking from experience. The first couple of years I got on the tour, I was just getting battered and bruised week in, week out, drawing top name after top name. It's so difficult to try and get any sort of confidence, any sort of momentum going. I think if you can play players around your sort of ranking and standard, you almost earn your place in those next round, earn your place and earn your chance at a shot at the top players.
Yeah, Alan McManus was saying the first time he met Jimmy was the night before he played him in the Grand Prix at Reading. This was in Alan's first season, early 90s, and he'd had to plough his way through qualifiers to get there. To arrive at the venue is a big deal, obviously, just to be there, never mind to play Jimmy White. And he said Jimmy came over to him and introduced himself. He said, "I'm Jimmy White." And Alan was like, "Yeah, I know. I know who you are. I don't know what to say to you."
Hi, I'm Jimmy White and I'm going to be beating you tomorrow.
in control of this match well and truly. But he knows from a long, long career that just one shot can turn it back again. Higginson needs a few gifts right now.
Yes, and Jimmy will not be taking his foot off the gas. He knows that he's got Andrew Higginson right where he wants him at the moment, up against the ropes, and Jimmy will be doing his absolute best to try and go for a quick kill here in this match. The more he can keep Andrew sat in his seat, the taller the task becomes for him.
19.
I've been really impressed with Jimmy so far in this match. If he can continue in this fashion, he's going to be a match for anyone. You know, as the better players come in, he is going to have to start scoring heavier. But just his whole demeanour around the table, he looks like he fancies the job. And sometimes that's half the battle. Now, possibly didn't get as much right-hand side off that cushion as he would have liked. Is he on this red? And there's your answer. It was a no. He was trying to throw it in with a lot of right-hand side, straighten up the red. I think he knew it wasn't on. And I think he'll be really disappointed that he was seduced by the fact that he could have potentially thrown it in. I don't think it was quite on.
One.
Sometimes you just see things out there as a player. If Jimmy had come to the table in that position, there's no way he would have taken that red on, but the fact that he was trying to keep a break going, he was just willing it to go.
Yeah, it's not finished any good, this. So it was another opening that, much like the others in the match, didn't come to much for Higginson. As I say, even though we've only had a couple of frames, because it's such a short match, he's under it and has yet to really find his touch.
I just wonder if Jimmy will be tempted by this red to middle. If he can just drift the cue ball past the blue, he'll have a shot at a baulk colour. Yeah, and that's a very good pot, and he's had a cannon to the blue, which is okay because he has got a shot at a colour. There's absolutely no way that Jimmy White should have even had that option to take that red on. The shot from Andrew Higginson was a poor one. Under no pressure with the safety shot that he played, he just didn't execute it well enough to leave this as a tempter. Well, what a positional shot Jimmy White has just played there. Had no room for error, drifting past the green and then past the face of the red. Brilliant. If this goes in, what a shot that was.
7.
And now he's perfect on this yellow. Little glance at the pack. He's got the option to go into them.
Nine.
So you can see Jimmy just going round to that corner of the table up by the yellow pocket, trying to use either yellow or blue as the covering ball for that red over right corner. Has he hit it hard enough? The little bang of the cue would suggest not. Yeah, and he had reason for frustrations because he had left that red. So now Jimmy had done a lot of the hard work there for Andrew, and in playing safe and not covering the red, he had to open the pack as well. So can Andrew take this opportunity? He desperately needs to.
It's just not happening for Andrew Higginson. He may have got away with this, but you can see he's not happy. It was a quick march back to that seat.
One of my earliest memories of snooker actually was seeing Jimmy White. He came to Lincoln, my hometown, for an exhibition at one of the Riley's clubs, and I remember I must have only been 10 or 11. He did an exhibition at the big snooker club I used to play from. I remember there being a long line of people to queue up to get autographs from him at the end. We queued up for ages. And he had to rush off to do another exhibition at the other Rileys in town. My dad drove me all the way down there to try and catch him, and fair play to him. He noticed that I'd been at the previous one. He signed me a number 14 pool ball. Still got that at home today.
Yeah, he must have met hundreds of thousands of people over the years, Jimmy White. Meantime, Higginson there, he's pushed the boat out a bit. He tried to make the plant to middle. The balls were a long way apart, but Jimmy White doesn't convert the chance. Obviously, he knows as well, Jimmy White, the importance of this frame. To get to 3-0, feels probably he should be 3-0.
And the mistakes have just become a little contagious. Jimmy just went back to his seat and bowed his head, probably just giving himself a little telling off, just to try and refine some focus.
Well, he's left this awkward now. It's a little cutback.
Yeah, and these are horrible little shots. You've just got to fully commit, because if you miss it, surely you're going to leave it. Oh, and I thought he had missed it for a second. Gravity just took over. Only the pace of that shot kept that one in. So, one good positional shot here for Andrew. This is such a big frame for him to win. Well, this is possibly a disaster.
27.
Catches the knuckle, and when it's not your day, you land snookered on your next ball.
Andrew Higginson, 27.
Well, this is a very nervy frame now. Higginson 15 in front. Crucially, he didn't leave that red. If he had done, then surely would have been 3-0. It's just not happening, is it, for him? It's the gap there.
Yeah, he needs help again. He's overcut that red. It looked very thin anyway. Can Jimmy get past the green? Well, he's just raised the butt of the cue slightly. Played it with a trace of swerve. So one good piece of cue in here for Jimmy White, and it could be nearing the end of this third frame. One good pot, one good position.
Well, he's certainly been the better player. This frame's been a bit scrappy, but Higginson has struggled. It's in White's hands just to try and keep his cool here.
11.
Graham Dott's made a century to beat Julian Leclerc 4-3. And that's a massive win because the winner's supposed to play Sam Craig, who's withdrawn. Meantime, White has not finished good on the blue. Points level, he's put himself under it here. Terrific shot though. That's a great recovery, and he's bang on the pink, which is the ball he needs to lead 3-0. Andrew Higginson had a hatful of chances, but Jimmy White takes out the frame with that mini clearance, and he's a big favourite now to progress to round 3 here in Riyadh, leading 3-0, just one more needed. Yeah, he's livid with that. Having recovered initially with the yellow, that was regulation. And that is the problem, isn't it, when you frame from defeat? You also potentially one miss from defeat, and that could be the one. Well, that's the fear anyway.
You know, as good as that break was from Andrew in the previous frame, he'd have obviously came into this one with positive thoughts. It's very, very hard, to just turn it on when you need it. You know, the mistakes he made in the first three will still be in his mind somewhere.
8.
Andrew Higginson is going to need a lot of help from Jimmy White if he's going to get back in this match.
9.
Well, he's okay. He has got a red available, possibly to the yellow pocket, is available to the middle. So 3 obvious reds in open play, but Jimmy's sights will be set on that pack at some stage. Off the back of this shot, he'll be looking for a route into them at some stage, but that is a poor shot.
19.
That cue ball has travelled on a lot further than he wanted. Again, he's just asked himself a question here that didn't need to be asked. Maybe wise to go into the pack here because of that red that will be available to left middle. Almost a free shot if he hits the bulk of the pack, which he hasn't. If he catches them reds fuller,
22.
he's pretty much guaranteed a shot on that red to middle. And now it's a very awkward one from where he's landed. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Possibly the pot of the match, that, because that was so awkward from where he was. Not just the pot, but trying to navigate the cue ball in and out of baulk. That was vintage Jimmy White. And this time does get into the pack and does hit them fuller. Does this red pass?
25.
He's having a good old look. But again, he's on the front foot. You know, the initial red to middle, and then taking the opportunity to try and get into the red to try and win the match. There you go. So the pink wasn't in the way. The break continues. It's worth saying, you know, when Jimmy White turned pro in 1980, there was only one ranking event, the World Championship. The circuit was yet to really grow. But my word, it's changed over the decades, and of course he's been at the forefront of it. Players like Jimmy White, who've spread the popularity of snooker, have helped to create all these opportunities for the other players. That's why he absolutely deserves everyone's respect for what he's done, what he continues to do for this sport.
And he'll always be a massive name in snooker. That will never stop. As soon as a draw comes out, you scan through it, you see Jimmy's name. Who's he playing?
33.
Everyone's got an interest in following Jimmy White. You know, he's here on table 1. There's 7 other matches in this arena that all in their own right could well be on table 1. But this man, the legend, Jimmy White, gets the nod.
38.
He knows this is his chance, Jimmy, and that's why you can see him just steadying himself, taking a second, trying to figure out exactly how he wants to go about this break, because it could be the winning one. Left himself low on this black. He's got options here. Could possibly screw into them, but he does have one available at the back, which is what he's looking at now. In landing on this red, though, he's going to be low on it, which means he's then going to be going through the reds, which is okay, as long as he can get the cue ball in and out, back onto a colour nicely. And I bet he wished he'd played for the single red now, because he took the gamble there, go into them, try and get them open, and it's not paid off. One thing he won't be doing, though, is promoting that red from the side cushion. A consolation piece of insurance for Jimmy White. Already 42 points to the good in this frame. He'll be leaving that single red well alone.
White, 46.
Yeah, didn't want to leave any sort of shot on the red.
One.
Nicely played by Higginson. So the red safe on the cushion obviously is in White's favour in terms of the clearance.
And straight away, Andrew leaving himself an unfavourable angle on this red. Didn't want to have to go into them. Should have been straighter on it to have just played through for the black. He's left himself now the wrong side of this blue. It was such a poor shot from the previous black to not get high on the red. Now he's got to navigate traffic in and out of balk. Which he's not done. That all came from that one simple positional shot from black to reds. To not get at least straight on the red was a cardinal sin, and it's ended up costing him.
Andrew Higginson, 14.
Well, that was a disappointing visit from Andrew, and possibly will be made worse by the fact that the next time he comes to the table he could well be in a lot of trouble. Jimmy's got the chance to get the cue ball in behind the black, push the red towards the blue somewhere. Possibility of a speculative double, which he's got. What a brilliant shot that is from Jimmy White. Played the value there, weighed up the percentages, thought it was possibly the only red he could leave should he have missed it.
Just needs to get on this red. Doesn't need the last red. So this, barring snookers,
8.
it's going to be the winning ball. He's been the better player for sure. Higginson put together that terrific 101. But other than that,
9.
he'll be disappointed with his performance. Not quite done yet. Yellow puts him 39 in front, 35 on.
It's okay.
So 1 snooker to tie as it stands.
Jimmy White, 11.
All in all, it's been a pretty solid performance from that man, Jimmy White. This will be a good win for him, 4-1 over Andrew Higginson, very experienced player. Andrew hasn't played well today, he'll be very disappointed, but that's not for Jimmy White to concern himself with. He was here to do a job and it looks like he's done it. Back-to-back good wins for Jimmy White, valuable ranking points. Sets up a rematch with Si Jiahui.
Can he knock this in and end this contest? I can tell you quickly, Ben Wollaston has beaten Oliver Lyons. We saw Oliver play the first match on this table yesterday, but Ben Wollaston has done the business there.
1.
Andrew would have liked to have kept that red on had it not been over the pocket. The fact he only needs the 1 snooker and the fact he was guaranteed to get the black off the red made that decision for him. And you see 31 points behind. Good decision again to pot the yellow, because that meant he could leave himself nicer on this green to send this green down the table, get the cue ball hopefully welded to that brown. Yeah, that's a good effort.
82-10.
Would have liked it closer if he could. Yeah, that's a very good hit from Jimmy, because that was trouble. Had to judge the slide off the cushion.
Yeah, he just wants this over, doesn't he? His fans, many fans, have gone through various anxieties over the years. We might as well have another few minutes more before hopefully from their perspective he makes it through. Higginson, though, of course, very experienced, and he's got him again here.
Yeah, and he's not just laying snookers, he's controlling the object ball, which is vital. Leaving it close to another colour makes it more difficult. And again, another good hit from Jimmy, but where's the white? He's okay. Well, he's more than okay.
Wow, what a thing to happen. It's knuckled the white and it's running behind the blue. It's rotten luck for Higginson.
It never rains, it pours. So the man who is looking for the snooker is in a difficult one. The green being closer to that corner pocket makes it a bigger target, but it does flirt with the possibility of going in off should he hit the green.
Foul.
And that is that.
Jimmy White 4.
He's allowing Jimmy White his moment here, which is gracious of him.
Yeah, sure.
Jimmy White, who won the first new ranking event to be staged outside Britain, the 1988 Canadian Masters, and as snooker breaks new ground here in Saudi Arabia. He's going to be in round 3.
Thank you. 3.
Well, he's actually snookered himself on the brown. He's not making this easy, but obviously the 3 points help a little. Oh, it's going in.
7.
Don't worry about the wind. He's still going strong at 62. What a legend of our sport. A beloved figure, but from his perspective, he's still here to win. He's not here for a round of applause. He still believes he can do the business. And today he has done. Oh, that's vintage whirlwind.
18.
Long before Judd Trump was playing those sort of shots, it was this man entertaining the masses. So Jimmy White has got the job done. Andrew Higginson struggled early on. He did make a century in the 4th frame, but it's White who books his place in round 3. He'll play Si Jarwi here in Riyadh. He's beaten Andrew Higginson 4-1.
Well, the whirlwind Jimmy White successfully goes through, where he joins Alan Taylor, the albino assassin, along with the 2006 world champion Graham Dott and Ben Wollaston from Leicester. Superb performances from them. But as for Jimmy White, he looked like he really enjoyed himself there.
Yeah, he certainly did. He, you know, he looked very relaxed, completely different. I think that maybe that win against Mohamed Shiab in the last round sort of giving him that little bit of confidence, and he looked a little bit more relaxed, that he was enjoying it and expressing himself, scoring a little bit better, a little bit more control of the cue ball, and yeah, he was great value for the win.
The bit that people don't necessarily know about Jimmy is how much he loves the sport and how much he still practices.
Oh, he's still a very diligent practicer. He's yeah, he still has a great passion for the game, great love for the game. He loves competing. And he still puts the work in, even at the ripe old age of, what is he, 62 now?
We'll call him 42.
But he's playing like a 42-year-old.
Yeah, he is.
But he has to still the exuberance and the love of a 16-year-old, shall we say, for the game.
Absolutely right.
That has never left him.
Well, as for the TV table, it's 2 down and 2 to go. So 2 this evening, but as for the 2 that have managed to do it today, it is James Warren White, who once again defies the odds, and he also Anthony Hamilton, another man who did just that. So it's been one for the veterans. And then as for us this evening, we can look forward to seeing He Gongchang as well as Anthony Kowalski, a superb mentally strong man. But Jimmy, let's bring you in, mate.
Hey.
Jimmy, you looked like you really enjoyed that.
I really did, actually. Did you miss it? Are you missing me or what?
Well, absolutely, we want you here, mate.
I'm very good. That was good. Well done. You played great. You played really well. We're just saying you looked really relaxed, really enjoying it.
Big struggle last night.
Yeah.
He played really well, Mohammed. I know he was on the tour. I nicked a couple of frames, but I've been playing really well, as I said to you a couple of days ago. So, you know, today I felt like I was going to get the important balls, but there's still the odd miss here and there.
Yeah.
And the third game, I've cleared up to win on the black, that match there.
Yeah.
But like I sort of, I didn't go through the brown.
The brown,
remember?
yeah. But you played a good blue.
Yeah, regrouped.
Yeah.
You know, so there's little bits and pieces still creeping into the game, but you know, I really do fancy doing the business when I get in, which is nice.
Yeah. And Jimmy, doing it when you're almost 40 as well.
I know. I'm in my 40th. I might.
Well, yeah, I was just saying, you must feel like a teenager out there. You know, when you get a win under your belt, it gives you that great little bit of confidence, doesn't it?
Well, you know yourself. You know, me and you, like we're sort of veterans now. You know, and the thing we do know is when we do know how to win. You've got to get on a run. You've got to win a couple of matches, and you know, Andrew Higgins is a real tough player. So, you know, I was pleased. Just a couple of small errors and a couple of like negative thoughts, but apart from that, it was a good day's work.
We were talking about the fact up next will be Si Jiahui, a man you massively respect, Jim.
Oh, brilliant. He's actually spurred me on because I've changed a couple of things from the Q action. And my first time out was against him. And I lost 5-4, but I was 4-3 down, 70 behind, and I cleared up to go 4 each. Little chance in the last. So I lost that match, but I was so pleased with the play I played. Then I'm playing Dominic Dow the next day in a different tournament. He's beaten me the last 3 times out, so he's bouncing all around the table. I like
loving it.
Playing really well, but I managed to beat him. So, you know, I've kept this rhythm going, and I've been in Bahrain for 4 days before I come here, so I've had lots of practice on Make Topic, and, you know, just enjoying it. You just got to, you know, like, when you're putting in the hard work and you get results like that's what it's all about.
What about this tournament, though? It's amazing,
Fabulous.
isn't it? And what you know, the practice room facilities, even out there.
Yeah.
It's just wonderful, isn't it?
It's absolutely amazing. You know, what the Kingdom's done here, you know, bringing the whole tour, letting the local players practice, see how we prepare. And as you was at that academy, I think O'Sullivan's getting one. I remember going to China with Matchroom, Steve Davis and Barry Hearn. You know, we didn't think it was going to take off in China. And like, look what's happened there. So they've sort of fast forwarded it a bit here. And I think you'll have many tournaments because the prize money's big, so you always have the top players, and the facilities are great.
Well, Jimmy, you were still playing then, you're still playing now. We love to have you here. A fantastic win. It's good to see this guy absolutely flying, by the way. And then you go back to your hostel tonight. No 5-star treatment for Jimmy. That is not true, by the way. But that's for us. We can enjoy some more snooker action, which will kick off actually in about 15 minutes' time. 8 o'clock local time, 6 o'clock British summer time. Whatever you do, don't miss it, because it's all happening here, right here in Saudi Arabia. Good evening, hello and welcome back to Riyadh for day 2 of the inaugural Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters in partnership with the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Billiards and Snooker Federation. What a couple of days it's been and what an afternoon we've had. And if you've missed any of it, let's bring ourselves right up to date.
Anthony Hamilton might be struggling with sighting the balls following an unsuccessful eye operation 4 years ago. But the former German Masters champion retains a fierce instinct for competition. And that shone through this afternoon during his marathon 4-2 second-round victory over Mink Nucharat. You know, it's been a picture-perfect day here in Riyadh, warm with unbroken sunshine, but that didn't stop a whirlwind blowing through. That was 62-year-old Jimmy White, who turned back the clock during a vintage display against fellow Englishman Andrew Higginson. One of the game's true legends was outstanding in defeating Higginson, a former Welsh Open finalist, 4-1, with an array of crowd-pleasing shots included. White, evergreen at the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters.
It really was an afternoon for the veterans. Jimmy White and Anthony Hamilton doing the business and rolling back the clock. Jimmy White was absolutely buzzing, it has to be said, afterwards, both booking their places into the next round. But who will join them? Well, it's very much an international affair this evening. It's China versus Poland in the form of Hergo Chang and Anthony Kowalski, and then it's an all-Welsh affair of Wells versus Jones. But as for us here in the practice room, very much in the heart of Riyadh, I'm delighted to be joined by Ken Doherty and Stephen Holworth. And what a trophy that is, by the way. The question is who will get their hands on that. We call it the Battle of the Bays. But Ken, first of all, a word for Jimmy. He was stood there about 10 minutes ago and properly bouncing.
Buzzing, yeah, rejuvenated Jimmy White. You know, he's absolutely delighted. We spoke about his passion, his love for the game. He still puts in the hours. He still loves being around tournaments. And you could see that, the exuberance around the table, particularly when he's already got over the line. And, yeah, it's great to see, you know, rolling back the years, as you say.
We absolutely love it. And as for Anthony Hamilton as well, I mean, first of all, let's mention for anyone who didn't see it, there was a power cut, which meant for about 10-15 minutes, there was no play. We don't often get to see that. And it was kind of a shock for everyone, but Anthony got the job done.
Yeah, and you know, he had to, the professional that he is, he had to deal with that, you know, and with all the lighting, the adjustment to the eyes and stuff, there was a lot going on in that game. You know, he made 3 breaks over 50, but the match seemed to just drag on forever. It got very, very scrappy, very tactical. But as you say, Anthony Hamilton showed his class in the end, his experience shone through. No disgrace to Mink, you know, she put in a brilliant performance to tactically compete with Anthony Hamilton, but again, experience shows.
And it was a long one as well. I mean, 3.5 hours. You played till 2 in the morning last night.
Yeah.
3.5 hours, they'd have felt that one.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And it was a sort of a tactical sort of battle, wasn't it? A war of attrition at times. I thought Mink, as Stephen says, played admirably well, and she really put her up to Anthony. You know, potted some wonderful balls. I mean, she potted one blue. You won't see many balls potted all week.
Yeah.
It was incredible from the jaws of the yellow
Really
pocket.
straight.
But it was great for her. It was a good run out. It was a shame she didn't get to the last frame and go, you know, push Anthony all the way. But yeah, Anthony's experience, I think, shone in the end.
Another Anthony we'll see this evening is Anthony Kowalski. From a mental standpoint, pretty impervious, Stephen, and he certainly thinks so as well.
Yeah, and you know, there's nothing wrong with that if you can back it up. And you know, I've seen a lot of Anthony Kowalski on the Q Tour last season. You know, he's a character, that's for sure, and you know, he definitely backs himself. In this game and in any sport, really, you need that little bit of arrogance, that confidence. And you know, he says he doesn't feel pressure. If he goes on a deep run this week, we may see if that will come to light. You know, but a tough match against last season's Rookie of the Year, Hergo Chang. It's going to be an interesting affair. Very tough match to call.
Very interesting affair, and let's see what he said ahead of this one.
I'm Anthony Kowalski, I'm 20 years old, and I'm from Poland. I am confident, yes, but I don't know, it's just there, and it was always there, and can't explain it really. I don't fear anyone, I like playing in front of people, I just don't mind anything. My form this season is the best since I started playing, basically. I turned pro in June, and I feel better and better every single match, every frame. I'm excited to play in front of the crowd, on the TV table, play my next games, try my best. My goal for this season is to play as many matches as I can and win as many as I can. Simple as that. I obviously want to become world champion someday, world #1. I just want to become a legend of the game, really.
Well, he wants to become a legend. He's properly putting his name out there. Yeah. Ken, what can we expect for them? To be a legend, you need to beat players.
You need to beat players, yeah. He's very, very young, exuberant, you know, full of confidence, and that's good quality. There's no doubt about that. I think you're going to see some great pots, hopefully some quick-fire breaks as well. see too many protracted or elongated frames tonight. But yeah, I'm looking forward to hopefully see some good snooker.
When it is best of 7, how important is a fast and good, strong start, Stephen?
It's massive. You know, we just saw in that last match with Jimmy and Andrew Higginson, Andrew got off to a very slow start, 3-0 down in a best of 7. You're already thinking about the flight home. The first frame is massive. And, you know, whoever gets off to the better start today could well go on and win the match. You know, Kowalski is a very attacking player, and he's one of these players that if he gets on a bit of a roll, he can just string off frames very quickly. So Higuo Chan has got his work cut out.
Yeah.
Gents, you've properly teed this one up. So without further ado, let's get the players out, and they'll be joined by Ken. But the first voice you'll hear will be Phil Yates.
Thanks very much, Ramsey. Yeah, not a lot of time between sessions today. But I'll tell you what, I think we're in for a treat with this match. It's a session that underlines the international composition of snooker these days. China against Poland. By the way, I will say this. Antoni Kowalski feels pressure. Everybody does. It's just a matter of how much. He might not think as though he is under any pressure, but there is some there. But of course, if he can be nice and calm, collected, that's a massive advantage when you're playing in this arena at this level. That said, though, he's got his work cut out tonight because He Guoquang won the Rookie of the Year on the tour last season. Quite rightly so. And when I've seen him play, I've been impressed. He's got an aggressive mindset. He goes for his shots. He backs himself. And at times he looks very good indeed. "24 years of age against his opponent's 20 years of age. One of those players who wears a glove. That's not because he's feeling the heat in this arena. It's beautifully air conditioning. Just wears it everywhere. That's one of his characteristics. He Guoquang needs cover here, and he's achieved it. Comes into this tournament as the world number 63, and for him that is a personal best. So if he were to win tonight, another PB would be established. As I've said before, this is his second season as a pro, so doesn't have any points to come off at all. Everything he gains sticks. Same thing, of course, for Kowalski.
Well, I That's one way of getting back to bulk. I'm very fortunate there. Go Chang. Missed the red on the way down, hit it on the way back. Gotta be careful here, Anthony. Keep the cue ball somewhere where it is now, so you can block this red into the left corner pocket.
Feel obliged to give a meritorious mention to Louis Heathcote, who has just beaten Kai Wei Chung of Hong Kong 4-2. Heathcote making a break of 133 in the clinching frame. We like new characters on the tour, Ken. He looks like being a bundle of fun.
Yeah, he's a nice young lad. And as we were saying there in the practice room, you know, he's full of confidence. He wants to become one of the greats. And that's good to have ambition. It's good to have, you know, that confidence and belief in yourself. I mean, it's half the battle in any sport, is having belief. Go into the practice room and play there all day, but this is where it matters, and you have to believe in yourself. And those that do, well, generally get to the top, as well as work hard, of course, at it. But yeah, he is a character. I played him back in Poland. I think it was Heron Bay, and he was only about 9 or 10, Phil. You could tell then he had a wonderful talent for the game. It's great to see him on the tour.
Only the third professional to hail from Poland after Kasper Filipiak and Adam Stefanov. At the start of the season, when he was introduced onto the tour, and there's an article written about him. Famously, of course, he said he doesn't feel any pressure. Well, Ken, you've got one of the great temperaments in the game's history. You've produced so much good stuff under massive pressure. Surely there must have been some kind of language problem there, because everyone in the history of the game's felt pressure.
Of course you do. Yeah. And it's whether you enjoy it or, I think, is the key. And yeah, they tell you that they're not feeling pressure, but of course they are. And we may see it when it gets down to the nitty-gritty of this match, or even tight frames. But hey, listen, I don't mind them saying it. We know everybody feels it, even the greats do. And sometimes pressure is good, Phil. Nerves are good, because, as most people will tell you, the best players in the world play better when it's under the most intense pressure. They love it.
Well, I think you can break down professional snooker players into two categories: those who feel intimidated by pressure, and the other ones who embrace it. Obviously, from what he said, he feels as though he's in the latter group.
Say, I do like the way he goes about his business. He nice cue action and his nice delivery of the cue. Doesn't hit the ball very hard.
37.
Yeah, it's just a nice clean strike.
And how did he start to play the game? Well, fell in love with it, and then at the age of 12 he was gifted a table by the Paul Hunter Foundation. Isn't that heartwarming?
It was actually on that table that I had a little practice session with him. But yeah, that is very heartwarming. Did a lot of great work, the Paul Hunter Foundation. I'm sure Paul, looking down, he'd be very, very proud if this man goes on to achieve half of what he achieved in the game. So far, it's been a nice break. He's worked his way into a really sort of frame-winning position here now.
Maybe he doesn't feel pressure. Maybe we're all wrong. He certainly looked very with it during this break. Already won a match here, of course. He beat Habib Subar from Bahrain in the first round yesterday, helped by a break of 72. The black is missed, but of course it covers the pocket. He Guoquang's first meeting with Kowalski, but now the Chinese player knows full well he's got his hands full.
This looks very good. Oh, what a safety shot there. I'm just going to have to take something like that to maybe force an error here, because that black is a problem covering that pocket. So if they keep playing safety shots, all the reds will go towards that black. So maybe this might break. A little bit of a deadlock here if he doesn't escape from this. No problem hitting the red, but has he left anything? No, he's done very, very well there. Nice tap on the table in appreciation.
Kowalski on the tour as a result of coming through the qualifying school back in the spring. He beat Simon Blackwell to gain his card. In the round before that, he overcame James Cahill 4-3 on the black. You might recall Cahill, known as the Giant Killer. His most memorable giant killing act, Cahill, was beating Ronnie O'Sullivan at the Crucible. As for his rookie campaign so far, Kowalski Well, he beat Daniel Wells in the first round of the British Open. Wells, semi-finalist in the recent Xi'an Grand Prix. So he's doing okay. And in his first pro tournament, the Championship League, first pro tournament as a member of the tour, he was unbeaten. He didn't win his initial group, but he had 3 draws against Crucible runner-up this year, Jack Jones, former Welsh Open champion Jordan Brown, and against Vulshu Revesh.
Such a dangerous shot to play. Didn't need to play that. He could have played a containing safety shot and just dropped the cue ball on one of these reds on the top cushion. Decided to play a more aggressive shot, but it could be costly. Got a lot of work to do here, Coach Chang, but he'd love to get some points on the board and reduce that deficit. That'll do. That little kiss wasn't intended, but he'll certainly take it. He had a decent season last season, didn't he, Coach Chang? Came Rookie of the Year, had some good wins under his belt.
One of those players who just isn't frightened. He'll take on his shots and bear the consequences. He came through the Asian Oceania qualifying school last year.